All right, guys, welcome to Press X Podcast, episode 137. Thank you guys so much for being here and hanging out, chatting amongst one another, as always. It's always, as I say, it's always nice to see people kind of, coming in early, showing their excitement for the podcast. I do read a lot of what you guys say. Not everything, of course, because I am getting stuff prepared, but really appreciate it. Always see a familiar, well, I guess not technically faces, but you guys know what I mean. So it speaks a lot. I see right off the bat you have a couple of super chats for me, and I noticed they are about the Callisto protocol. So first off, thank you for that, man. And I'm not going to read them right away. I want to get into the conversation of the Callisto protocol first. But yeah, familiar names. That's a better way to put it. But yeah, the Callisto protocol is going to be one of the main topics I dive into right away. So no worries, man. I will get to that. But yeah, I hope everybody's day is going well so far. I hope you had a good week, and I hope everybody's doing well. Saying the Metal Gear rumors are heating up once again. Indeed they are. And it's really hard for me to not get completely excited every time there's a new rumor regarding Metal Gear Solid remake. Even if the sources are like shaky, sometimes it. I'm pressing up against this display because it actually started falling yesterday. Looks pretty weird on screen as I'm doing that, but I meant to do that before I started the podcast because I don't want it to fall in the middle of it. But yeah, it kind of started coming off the wall a little bit yesterday. Anyway, not sure why I just remembered to do that right now. But yeah, the Metal Gear rumors, man. We'll talk a little bit about that. That's a topic I do want to discuss today. And you know what? I'll say this now too. Before I give you guys a quick rundown, somebody's asking if I saw the new Last of Us HBO trailer. I did. What did you guys think of it? Me personally, I think it looks really good. I do. I think that out of all of the trailers I've seen for a video game adaptation, this one looks to be the most promising. Like, I think at the very least, this show will be good. Based off of what I can tell with the trailer, they're treating the game, or not the game, but the source material properly. And it's also interesting that we're seemingly going to see other characters that were part of The Last of Us 1 fleshed out. Lady K says, "Good morning, MBG." Good morning, Lady K. Yeah, the trailer, so really quick, because I actually didn't have this listed as a topic, but I'll just talk about it right now really quickly. When it comes to the HBO Last of Us series, based off of everything I've seen so far, the only thing that I'm having trouble with, and it's not a major complaint because the reality is I think it's going to come down to the acting when it comes to what I'm about to say, is the actress that they got to play Ellie. I'm having trouble with because she just doesn't resemble Ellie whatsoever, in my opinion. And that's why I'm saying it's going to come down to the acting. And, based off of the lines that she spoke in the trailer, I definitely started to get a feeling that, okay, yeah, that this feels like it could be Ellie. And then there was that one scene where it was her, Joel, and Tess. I think they were in like they were in some type of tunnel, and she was like making a joke, when I guess they discovered that she is immune and she was already bit and she didn't turn. And, Joel's all dead serious, like, I don't know about this, or the second you turn or whatever. And she's like sitting there making a joke, acting like she's beginning to turn. And I was like, that's pretty good. Like that seems exactly like something Ellie would do. So, this is one of those situations where It's more about the nuance of the acting and the performances that I think are going to matter more so than the looks. I never expected with this HBO series, or honestly with any of the things that Sony is pursuing when it comes to their movies and their TV shows, I don't expect them to, get actors or actresses that look identical to the characters. I never expected that. So, but I did see also, before I move on, in that HBO trailer for The Last of Us, they did show both Troy Baker and Ashley Johnson. And Troy Baker looks like he's going to be part of David's group, I believe. Which is, it's funny because I almost thought like maybe they should just get him to play David, but he's going to be part of that group. And then based off of everything I can tell, and I think this has been confirmed, apparently Ashley Johnson is going to be playing Ellie's mom in the show. So that's actually really, really cool. If that turns out to be true, that is like the best role for her to play, hands down, in this show. So yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing. I mean, this HBO series is coming out in January, and I'm going to resubscribe to HBO Max to check it out. I'm looking forward to it. I'm gonna watch it with my wife, and obviously I'll talk about it when we, I'll probably talk about it each week, talk about the episodes during the podcast. So, yeah, that's what I think about the trailer. All right. Sir Speaks a Lot. Once again, like I said, I'm going to get to your super chats. Rice Pudding, you're saying, you remember for 6 months. Thank you, man. You're saying your thoughts on the Last of Us show trailer. Okay. It's funny that you said that because I actually didn't even read that before I started talking about it. So there you go. You got my thoughts on it. Black Manta 1989, member for 23 months. Thank you, man. You're saying a story totally under the radar. Sony Pictures signed a major distribution deal with Legendary Pictures, Dark Knight Trilogy, Dune. What director works with them a lot? Christopher Nolan. I see where you're going with this. Black Manta. Yeah, that would be very interesting if Sony could court Christopher Nolan. I don't think it would ever happen, frankly, but imagining a Christopher Nolan directed PlayStation or movie based on a PlayStation IP. I don't know. I don't think it would ever happen, but that would be, well, I don't know. I don't know why I'm so quick to assume that wouldn't happen, because he did work with Batman, right? And that's kind of where, that's actually what I think people know him for. I mean, he knows what he's doing, obviously, with established IP. So, yeah, I don't know. I guess at this, thinking about that, I wonder what Christopher Nolan would work on. You're saying Returnal? That would be interesting. Certainly. I don't know if there's enough story there, though. Oh, Christopher Nolan left Legendary? Did he? Okay. I'm not sure if that's true or not. But if it is, I guess, Aaron, you're saying MBG Sony getting Legendary is a massive win and a big deal. They did Godzilla vs. Kong, Dune, and Pacific Rim. Imagine a God of War movie from Legendary. Well, if I'm not mistaken, God of War is getting a series similar to The Last of Us HBO. So that'll be interesting. I really wonder who they're going to get to play Kratos. Okay, so I'm going to let you guys know some of the topics we're going to be discussing over the course of this episode. We're going to be talking about the Callisto Protocol. I have a lot to say about this game. I've been putting some time into it. I haven't beaten it yet, but I have some thoughts. We're going to be talking about some of the performance benefits, I guess you could say, if you are playing this game on PS5. I made a video covering this yesterday, and quite a few people seem to get very upset because, according to them, it's clearly obvious that the reason why the Callisto Protocol runs so well on the PS5 and has ray tracing on the PS5 is because there were Sony developers involved with this. And I want to talk about that because I think it's an interesting conversation. And beyond the Callisto Protocol, something else we're going to be discussing quite thoroughly is the upcoming Game Awards, because Jeff Keighley is now coming out and letting us know what to expect from this show. And actually, just today, I found out that, well, I'll save it for when we get into it, but there are some pretty big changes being made to the Game Awards this year, and it could be for better or for worse. So we're going to talk about those changes. We're going to talk about our predictions, our expectations, mainly when it comes to the not the awards given out, because we already discussed that. We already talked about kind of God of War Ragnarok versus Elden Ring. This time around, we're going to be discussing what we expect when it comes to announcements, because let's face it, I think that's why the overwhelming majority of people are tuning in to the Game Awards. And I think, Jeff Keighley knows this. So we'll talk a lot about that. We're also going to talk about Spider-Man 2 for PS5, because this is like the next big, now that I'm thinking about it, I think this is, other than Factions, I believe Spider-Man 2 is the only first-party game that we know about. Well, Wolverine as well. So we have Spider-Man 2, Wolverine, and Factions. Those are the only three games. I'm not counting Horizon Call of the Mountain because it's a PSVR 2 game. I know it's first party, but I'm not counting that. So we're going to talk a little bit about Spider-Man 2 because the actor who plays Venom, Tony Todd, got the Spider-Man fan base kind of riled up earlier this week. But I figured we could just talk a little bit about that. We're going to talk about Forspoken. We're going to talk about other things as well. There honestly hasn't been a ton of news coming out. As you guys know, it slows down during the holidays. But yeah, we'll... Oh yeah, true. William, we know about London Studios' modern fantasy game. Yeah, it's hard. It's easy to forget about some of these games like Factions and the Sony London game because they're announced so casually. Like they're not announced with any spectacle. Wait, Candyman, Tony Todd? Yup. Yes. He is playing Venom in Spider-Man 2, for those who don't know. So before we dive into the first topic, a couple ways you can help support the podcast and my content here. Number one, most critically, you can either donate a super chat or you can become a channel member. I tell you guys each week that it is because of your continued support directly in that way that I'm able to not only produce content every day, but make sure I can continue to do the podcast consistently every weekend. So if you are able to, and if you feel so inclined, consider donating a super chat to help support the channel directly or become a channel member, support me on a monthly basis, and get a couple of exclusive benefits. So shout out to everybody who does that. But if you're not able to do that, just simply watching the content, engaging with it, watching the entire video if you're interested in doing so, watching the entire podcast, being sure to leave a comment if you have something to say, hitting the like button, all of these things help tremendously as well, and it supports the channel. So thank you to everybody who does that. And yeah, so as I said, shout out to all of my channel members. Really appreciate your continued support, and shout out to everybody who donates a super chat. Making sure, I feel like there was something else I was supposed to say and I totally forgot about it. Well, if it comes back to me, I'll discuss it. So hit that like button for me, guys. We should easily be able to get up to 150 likes. We have almost 450 people here already, which is cool. So hit that like button. Diving into the first topic, let's talk about the Callisto Protocol. Now, I'm going to dive into my thoughts on the game, but before I do that, I'm going to read what Sir Speaks-A-Lot has to say. So he donated 2 super chats here, and he says, in Callisto, I feel like the developers think they are clever by hiding loading screens behind crawl spaces and doors. I swear there are hundreds of sections where you have to crawl through something. Another issue, this isn't a horror game at all. I have not been scared once. The placements are too predictable. The monsters that stretch their heads to bite you are stupid as well. Dude, that's funny because I was just playing the game, okay? Less than an hour ago, I was just playing it. And yeah, I don't know. Those enemies are a little... They're annoying. They're not super frustrating. They're basically just a QTE. But they're pretty funny looking, man. Like, I don't even know. Yeah, I'm looking at the creatures in the Callisto Protocol, and I'm like, what's going on here? What's going on here with some of these? That one in particular, it's just like a humanoid head with a long, I don't know, like I don't think it's a neck. It looks like a neck, like a really long neck, and it lives in like a pod of some kind, like a flesh pod. It's so weird. It's so weird. I mean, Sir speaks a lot. You mentioned the loading screens, and there's no doubt that there are quite a few sequences in the Callisto protocol where you have to just squeeze your way through, whether it's crawling through vents or just tight corridors or crouching. And you know what I think? I actually don't think it has much to do with loading. I mean, some of it likely does, but we've heard from developers that most of the time those things are done not for loading purposes. Occasionally they are, but they're for other reasons. And you know what I think the main reason is in this game? Because there are quite a few. I think it's to impact the pacing of the game. Because if there's one thing I'm getting a feeling with the Callisto protocol is that it wants you to play the game at the pace it wants you to. It doesn't want you to rush through it. The game is meant to be played slowly, methodically. Just, each step has weight to it. The character has weight to it. And I feel like if there weren't, I know this sounds a little bit cheap, and there could be truth to this, but I do kind of get the feeling that so many of these sequences where it's forcing you to slow down, is because they kind of want to inflate the length of the game a little bit. Because from what I've been hearing and what I've been seeing is people who are blitzing through this game, they're getting through the game within 7 to 8 hours. And, that reminds me of the Order 1886 situation where, that was a full price AAA game from Sony with almost no replayability. But let's face it, it pretty much had no replayability. And it was the biggest criticism of the game. People basically being like, why are you charging full AAA price when the game can be beaten so quickly? Granted, there is seemingly some minor side content with the Callisto protocols, and there's other areas to explore. The one thing I don't like about the game, I like it, but I don't like it. I like the fact that they don't tell you where to go. There are no markers. It expects you to kind of find your way. Now, the game is pretty linear, right? So it's not very difficult to find out where you got to go. But the other thing about that is they do have these kind of side areas where if, there could be a vent or a corridor or something, and you don't know if it's the main path or not, but you could go right, you could go left, and it doesn't tell you. So you might accidentally go the right way to progress the main story, and then you can't backtrack, and then it's like, oh, well, clearly that other area, if I went right, that would have led me to maybe a side room to get some extra ammo, to get some extra health, maybe something story related. And that's the one thing I don't like. And I understand it's kind of maybe a sacrifice they had to make. Sir speaks a lot. You're also saying, I can see that. However, when the placements of enemies are obvious, you know when to be cautious and when to just run. And I found myself just running through sections because there is no threat. Well, I can understand that. You mentioned the game not being very scary. It's interesting to me because I feel like it all comes down to expectations and what you were expecting. For me personally, everything I saw of the Callisto Protocol, to me, it was never like a horror game. I know it was kind of marketed that way, but every time I saw a gameplay sequence or a trailer, I'm like, this to me is more of the kind of shock horror where it's like, look at this creature, look at how messed up it looks, or look at this level of brutality and gore and violence, more like a shock factor. And there are some jump scares in this, but they're like you said, Sir Speaks a Lot, they're kind of cheap, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I know that there are people who can't stand cheap jump scares. For me, it's just like, oh yeah, I can tell something's going to jump out at me here. And it doesn't make me go, oh, I'm just like, and there it is, and now I'm going to kill this thing. And that's, yeah, I see some people saying it's more of a thriller. Yeah, I could. Yeah, all jump scares are cheap. Mark Lovin, you're saying a little disappointed with Callisto so far. I don't regret purchasing it though. Dead Space will be here before we know it. Happy Sunday. That's a great point, Mark, and that's going to be really interesting. It's going to be very interesting to kind of play back to back. First, the Callisto Protocol, then Dead Space Remake, which I'm also looking forward to. And I'm really interested to see by the time I am finished with Dead Space Remake, am I going to end up feeling like, wow, that was way better than the Callisto Protocol? This game holds up incredibly well, and this is like the superior version. Because let's face it, the Callisto Protocol is essentially a new Dead Space, new characters, I mean, the setting isn't even completely new, but new story, new creatures. But it's pretty much as it's been called, the spiritual successor to Dead Space. So it's going to be interesting to kind of compare them back to back. But I can understand why some people are maybe not too thrilled at paying full price for this game and feeling like maybe they expected a little bit more. Sir Speaks a Lot, you're saying MBG. I even said to myself, I bet there's going to be a leech in this locker, and behold, there was a leech in it. Little shit took a little bit of health, but it was annoying. Yeah, you could tell that there are certainly some tropes in this game. I don't know. I'm gonna get deeper into it. I'm gonna get deeper into it in just a moment here. MBG, you didn't jump from jump scares in the game at all. Well, I think I'm about 4 or 5 hours deep. I could be further along than that. I didn't actually check the time, but there are definitely moments that make me feel more tense. Like you can tell when you enter a new area and it kind of plays the foreboding music, and everything's kind of a little too quiet, and you just kind of get a sense like, what's about to happen here. So at no point did I ever like jump or get like startled, but there are definitely moments where I feel the tension and it does feel tense. But I have to talk about the combat in this game. Combat in this game. You're saying, MBG, there's 8 chapters. What chapter are you on? I think I might be on chapter 3 or 4 at this point. You're saying no spoilers, please. I to be honest, I don't feel like I've really learned anything in the story. Like what I'm about to say is not a spoiler. Like I'm still basically just in this this prison, and I don't know what's going on, and I'm just trying to work with people or figure it out myself, like where we're going, where I'm supposed to go. I hear you, Mark Levin. It's going to be interesting to compare this to Dead Space Remake. I think it's smart though that they decided to release Callisto before the Dead Space Remake. I think that was definitely the right move. Himanshu Yadav, you're saying Callisto is an L, FPS dropping into 40s on my 4090, which is at least 7 to 8 times more powerful than PS5. Happy it got negative VE on Steam. Don't let these devs get away. Yeah, I didn't check to see like how it's doing on Steam, but yeah, we're gonna talk about that situation. The Callisto Protocol performance, because there's some interesting stuff going on here, and people are thinking that Sony is the reason why it's running so well on the PS5, and I want to talk about that, but I want to continue to give my thoughts on the game before I do. Did I see people dunking on PlayStation devs for Callisto Protocol? I mean, yeah, I've seen quite a few hot takes, and I think it's pretty funny, to a degree, because it's like, we're all just making assumptions. Like, we don't know. We do not know. Sony rigged it. See, that's what I mean, man, is it's like, no, it's not that Sony, first of all right, well, I guess we'll just get into it, because clearly you guys are roping me in here. So, for those who are not aware, with the PS5 version of the Callisto Protocol, essentially what's been discovered by Digital Foundry is that the game runs seemingly perfectly fine on the PS5. In the quality mode, it has like full ray tracing, has a locked 30 FPS. Everything looks great. It's actually a very visually impressive game. In performance mode, it runs great, 60 FPS, no issues. And in general, the game is just doing perfectly fine on the PS5. The same cannot be said for all other platforms. On the Xbox Series X, the game has zero ray tracing, and it has frame drops, quite significant frame drops in the quality mode, and I think the performance mode as well. It's still playable, and a lot, I've seen people who are playing it on Xbox say it's still good. They're not having that, many issues with it. But yeah, on Xbox, it's not doing the same thing. And it's even worse on PC. On PC, apparently, there's like a massive stuttering issue. And as Himanshu was saying here, he has a 4090 and it's dipping into the 40s. So clearly something's going on here. Now, what people are pointing to is the fact that 150 Sony developers from the Visual Arts Group from PlayStation, as well as PlayStation Malaysia, worked on this game. And I think there is some confusion with this. Okay? I think there's some confusion. Now, I cannot say anything definitively, and neither can you for that matter. Nobody can, unless you're directly involved with this project, because we don't know. I'm not going to say anything definitively, but what I do want to clear up is that based off of what we are told and our understanding, the 150 Sony developers that worked on the Callisto protocol, this was not Sony saying, we want you to go help them out. That's not the situation. The situation, based off of my understanding, is Sony offers basically a service for third-party developers that are releasing games on the PlayStation platform. Okay? And this service has to do with the mocap and the cinematics and games that utilize that. And they have a state-of-the-art mocap suite that can be rented out. So it's not like Sony is saying, hey, come over here, Striking Distance. We'll optimize your game and we'll make sure it's 100% ready to go on PS5. That's not the situation. Sony is being paid to let these developers use this facility and use their facilities and their technology. And that's why a lot of people were saying, like, wow, these cinematics in this game look incredible. They look next level. And that's where this portion of Sony developers were paid to work on the cinematics of the game. Now, here's what I want to say. That does not guarantee that Sony is not responsible for this. All right, we do not know for sure. It is plausible that with these 150 developers, because Striking Distance paid them to use this, mocap technology and to use these developers, they are Sony developers. I think it's a safe bet to say, it's safe to assume that they know what they're doing with the PlayStation 5 hardware. But again, like we don't know the exact nuances. I mean, I think the implication here is that multiple PlayStation engineers would have to work with Striking Distance Studio to completely optimize the game. That could have happened, but we have no way of knowing that. And it's worth noting that a big AAA game like Resident Evil Village, they were working with Sony. Resident Evil Village was partially, at least with the mocap side of things, was also kind of developed with the Visual Arts Group. So, that game seemed to do just fine on the Xbox console. There was no major, as far as I can remember, there was no major advantage to the PS5 version over the Series X version. Robert Morrison said there weren't 150 devs on this project. That does sound like a lot. I wouldn't be surprised if that number is completely wrong or exaggerated, because that's a lot. when you think about it. That's like the size of a big AAA team. But I just want to point out something here, and I'm not pointing this out to basically, dump on the Xbox consoles or anything like that. But it's just you see that there are people who get so upset whenever like somebody like me or maybe other PlayStation fans kind of point this out. Like, to me, it's pretty clear that the Callisto protocol is an extreme situation. It's an extreme situation. It is kind of insane to think that they got full ray tracing working on the PS5 version and literally said F you to the Xbox version. It could be because they just couldn't get it working. I don't know. It could be that they thought, the PlayStation fan base is larger, or not fan base, but the PlayStation install base when it comes to single player story driven games. If you have limited resources and limited time and you have to choose, all right, look, our release is closing in. They're going to release the game no matter what. Which platform do we choose to optimize for? Which platform do we see this game performing best on sales wise? They probably chose PlayStation. They were probably like, look, we're not going to double down on the Xbox version. They probably I mean, I know people are assuming that, it's because Sony paid them or Sony made them. I think people need to kind of zoom out a little bit and realize that, or it could be that the developer realizes that PlayStation's kind of the home of these narrative-driven single-player games. Not Xbox, not PC. It's PlayStation that people, kind of consider it to be synonymous with those types of games. So it could have just been a developer-level decision where they're like, look, we're going to prioritize the PS5 version, and we'll patch in the other versions later. I'm not saying that's good. I'm not, because even as a PlayStation fan, like, I think that kind of sucks, It's not something that developers should be doing. I think it's clear that the game probably needed more time so they could properly optimize for all platforms and not have to choose. But it's also pretty clear that they wanted this game out during the holiday season, and they certainly wanted to get it out before Dead Space Remake. But there is something I do want to point out here, and I have to point it out. This is not the only game that the PS5 has been consistently performing better with, right? Like over the Xbox Series X. Digital Foundry did quite a few breakdowns. Even just today, guys, Need for Speed Unbound. They came out and they were like, the PS5 version is the best performing version, and that's the version we recommend. It's not to say that the Xbox Series X version is like a dumpster fire, not at all. In fact, the Xbox Series X version holds a slightly higher, very slightly higher pixel count more consistently, but it comes at the cost of performance. And the frame rate for Need for Speed Unbound drops a lot more on the Xbox version than it does the PlayStation 5 version. Okay, so now we're looking at Callisto, again, an extreme example, and then a more subtle example with Need for Speed Unbound. But it's not just Need for Speed Unbound. Digital Foundry also did an analysis for Warzone 2, and they found that Warzone 2, it turns out yet again, the better performing version, at least with the 120 FPS option, is the PS5, and they recommend that version. And I'm just saying that it's like, I understand that a lot of the whole like power narrative with the Xbox consoles, no one really talks about that anymore. And you can kind of see why, because it's like, it turns out that there isn't any major differences between these two consoles. But I just think it's crazy that I still see so many people get so upset when I point these things out, where they're like, they're basically saying I'm just a fanboy that, will dump on Xbox any chance I get. It's like, look, it wasn't me when these consoles were leading up to launch. It wasn't me that said, yo, the PS5 is going to just eat, the Xbox Series X for breakfast, and every game's going to run best on PS5, and every game's going to run better. Every game's going to have higher performance, better frame rates, higher resolution, you name it, better effects, better ray tracing. It wasn't me saying that. I wasn't saying that at all. It was them. And it's like, look, we are still seeing over 2 years later, the PS5 with some games, not every game. I'm not saying it's every game. I'm not saying it's always a massive difference. It's not. There are times where the Xbox has an advantage. They trade back and forth. That's the point. The PS5 is a way more capable machine than but I think a lot of Xbox fans want it to believe. And I'm telling you, I don't even know that it's the Xbox fans' fault. You want to know why? I think it's Xbox's marketing team. I think that what happened is, starting with the Xbox One X, the Xbox marketing team basically got the Xbox fan base hooked on the teraflop. And from that point forward, it was like, we got to market the Xbox One X, the Xbox Series X, T-flops, T-flops, T-flops. And I remember leading up to the launch of the PS5, or not the launch, Mark Cerny's talk. I remember leading up to that, the only thing everybody was focused on was, okay, everything you're saying about the SSD is real nice, Mark, but what about that T-flop count? And then the T-flop count came out, and it was like 9, I even forget at this point, what it was, like 9 T-flops or something like that, 9.7, I don't remember. But it was less T-flops, less teraflops than the Xbox Series X. And I remember for the longest time, leading up to the launch of the PS5, that's all anybody fixated on. That's all anybody fixated on. I think you guys are saying 10.3. And what is the Series X? I think it's like, 12 T-flops or something like that. And that's what, Phil Spencer and Xbox decided to market the Xbox with. And, Mark Cerny came out and said that it's dangerous to rely on the teraflop as the, be-all, end-all. I'm paraphrasing what he said, of course, but it's dangerous to rely on the teraflop as the be-all, end-all when it comes to what to expect with games and performance. And I think that we are absolutely seeing that, And this isn't to say that the Xbox is a bad console. It's not. The Xbox is perfectly capable. It is. It's a perfectly capable console. It's perfectly fine, But I just think it's crazy that I got to be honest, man, like, it is kind of surprising. I had to say, it is kind of surprising to still see so many games outperforming the Xbox Series X versions, even if it's by a little bit. Because I remember when I was covering this stuff, when at the launch of the PS5 and Series X, we were seeing similar things. I remember there were games coming out that were performing better on the PS5 than the Series X. And, a lot of Xbox fans were like, look, it's just because it's early. Tools and all that stuff. And it's like, fine, sure. But I don't know, man. There's still something going on here. Victoria says Xbox S is just a clunky mess. I do wonder if it's because of the Series S. I don't know. I don't know if maybe... Obviously, the Series S is not that bad, only because, yes, most of these games have to be optimized for PC as well. They're being developed with PC in mind. But I genuinely wonder if developers look at the fact that there are 2 consoles to optimize for, 2 different SKUs to optimize for thoroughly with the Xbox consoles, and they feel maybe a little bit discouraged, where they're like, look, the PS5 has a higher install base. It's a single SKU we have to optimize for. We don't know how easy or difficult it is to optimize for each console. I don't know. I just think it's interesting to see that we're still seeing results like this so far on. And that's why I'm not interested in Need for Speed Unbound, but I wanted to watch that video from Digital Foundry because I wanted to see. I'm like, look, we're looking at better performance on Warzone 2. We're looking at better performance on the Callisto Protocol, and people are getting really upset about the Callisto Protocol because they're saying, look, this is an extreme case. Something's really wrong here, and I don't doubt that. There needs to be better optimization, clearly, for the Callisto Protocol across, all platforms. But I was just curious, like, what are the chances that I'm going to click on this Need for Speed Unbound analysis video, and they're going to tell me that the PS5 version is the better version? And lo and behold, it is. And I'm like, what? I'm like, how is this still happening? Let me read some of these super chats. I have Sir Holmes saying Warzone 2.0, the only multiplayer game on PS5. Where are the multiplayer games? I asked you this 2 years ago. Sony cheap. Servers are expensive. Relax, Sir Holmes. I hear you, man. It's taking time, but make no mistake. Make no mistake. If you are somebody who wants to see more multiplayer games from Sony, I'm not going to tell you like, oh, it's going to happen in the next couple months or even the next year. But in the next couple of years, you might find yourself a little overwhelmed, potentially, with how many multiplayer games Sony's working on. So hang in there tight, Sir Holmes. I know it is crazy to think that we've been talking about this big live service multiplayer push from Sony for what feels like over a year now, and yet none of these games are announced. They're working on them, man. All you got to do is look at the job listings. Oh, man. Yeah, we got a lot of live service games coming from Sony and their partners. And I see quite a few PlayStation fans get depressed and, make it known in the comment sections. They're like, man, I'm not looking forward to these announcements. And I'm like, well, I don't know, man. I kind of am. Like, if they do it right, I am looking forward to it. MBG, you always see videos where the PS5 performs better. There are a ton of games where the Xbox Series X is better. Yeah, that's true. And I will admit that I don't really cover that because, truthfully speaking, I have not been watching Digital Foundry videos consistently. This is the first time, I think, since the launch of these consoles that I've really been paying attention to it. And it was the Callisto protocol that really kind of stood out to me. And I saw a couple headlines written up about it. And to be fair, yes, the Series X does have its own advantages. But, the way I see it is I'll just leave it to the Xbox dudes to point that out, And I think at the end of the day, regardless of this conversation, because, let's face it, guys. Let's face it. I don't think anybody at this point really cares which console's actually more powerful. I think that people are just basing their decisions on what matters. And not to rub the salt in here, okay? But let's be honest. PlayStation fans, as far as I could tell, were really the ones advocating for this from the start. And I think now Xbox players are on the same page where, PlayStation fans were basically trying to say, like, it's going to be the games that determine the console and whether it's good or not. Power, specs, all that stuff. Really interesting stuff to dive into. But at the end of the day, it will be the games. And I think both PlayStation fans and Xbox fans are in absolute agreement at this point that that's 100% the case. It is. And that's the same for Xbox. We hear Todd Howard talking about Bethesda and Starfield and how he now feels the pressure to deliver a system seller. And it's like, we'll see. We'll see how the Xbox fan base rallies around this game. This could be huge. This could be huge for them. And I guess I'm just trying to point out that when this game drops, that being Starfield for Xbox, I don't think Xbox fans are going to be talking about teraflops or really care about the ins and outs of the console itself. I think they're going to be focused on the game and whether or not it's good on the Xbox console. Subtext, remember for 3 months, you're saying, isn't Xbox using a development environment similar to PC to make porting easier? Maybe PS5 is a different dev environment and devs focused optimization there. Yeah, well, that's the thing, man, is everything I've been hearing about Xbox and PlayStation for the past couple of years is everything is done to make development easier. It's all about making development easier, more streamlined, less difficult for devs. And I believe that. Like, I have no doubt in my mind that both Microsoft and Sony are working hard, even still today, to keep making it easier because that benefits them. The more games you get, the better. The easier it is to develop for your platform, the more interest developers are going to have naturally. But I will say, one of the things I remember speaking about quite frequently for the first year of the PS5 being out were inside stories or stories from developers basically praising the development environment when it comes to PlayStation. Basically saying like it's unbelievably easy and it's extremely user friendly. Now we've heard good stories about Xbox as well, but I just from the time Sony really shifted to a developer first focus with the PS4, it was really because of Mark Cerny. Mark Cerny was the architect of the PS4 and the PS5, and once he took over, it became a developer-first mentality towards the construction of these PlayStation consoles. And Mark Cerny is a developer, so it seems like ever since Sony made that shift, that combined with the fact that PlayStation consoles are the market leader in terms of home consoles, it's a good combo to have. It's a good combo to have. So it wouldn't shock me if the developers just decided we're going to prioritize the PS5 version here with the amount of time we have left before launch. Okay, Kapapa, you're saying it is sad to see that there are so few great third-party games coming out. Sony has delivered God of War, Forbidden West, and GT7 this year, and only Elden Ring is a great third-party. I gotta admit, something has been off this year with third-party games. Like, there have been good ones, but you talk about, like, great games. I mean, I guess maybe A Plague Tale could be up there. I haven't played it yet personally. But yeah, I don't know, man. We'll have to see what 2023 looks like, because sometimes you just start to get this feeling in the gaming industry these days that things really are becoming too... what's the word I'm looking for? I don't want to say like cliche, or because I feel like we're beyond that point, but things are becoming too... I'm having trouble thinking of the right word. I'll let you guys think of the right word. Too many tropes. An inflection. You saying it's an inflection point? Paint by numbers. Yeah, that's a good way to put it, Matt York. Paint by numbers. It does feel like that sometimes. A lot of times, actually. And maybe, that I think that's why Elden Ring really does stand out this year. And it all depends on what you're looking for as a gamer, though, too. You know what I mean? Like, for me, I love paint by numbers a lot of times, because sometimes I find as I get older, like, I get way more stressed about video games than I used to when I was younger. Maybe it's just because my reflexes are worse than they were, my patience, I don't know what it is. Sometimes it's the opposite, though. It depends on which game, but there are just many times, I guess what I'm trying to say, where it's like, I want the easy game. I want the junk food game, the game where I don't have to really pay too much attention to, just to kind of like to me, those are like more relaxing games. And then there are other times where it's like, I need something very engaging. I need something that's really going to just keep me totally immersed. And I feel like when it comes to third-party games this year, it feels like it maybe has been a bit too cookie cutter. Maybe it has. I'd have to go back and look at the games I played this year, and we'll do that. Oh, really important. Really, really important to everybody watching this podcast. I'm assuming everybody here watching the podcast cares about it. Totally meant to say this at the beginning. I got to remember to say this at the beginning of next week's podcast. This is very important if you care about not missing a podcast episode. So the last podcast of this year falls on Christmas Day, and that's on a Sunday. I'm obviously not going to be streaming a podcast on Christmas Day, nor am I going to be streaming a podcast on Christmas Eve on Saturday. So what I'm going to do, and this will be a first time ever thing for the podcast, but I have to do it this way. I will be streaming the podcast, the last podcast episode of the year, on a Friday evening. Okay? For me, that's the most convenient time to make it happen. And I'm going to keep repeating this leading up to it, just so people are aware, because I know what's going to happen. I know, people are either going to assume that I'm not doing a podcast because it's Christmas, or they're going to be wondering, where is it? So I'll make it clear as we get closer. Podcast Friday, the 23rd. And so I hope, I hope you guys will be able to tune into that. And it'll also be really interesting to see what the viewership looks like on a Friday evening for the podcast, because I've been doing the podcast at the same time on the same day for pretty much. Well, you know what? I'm saying evening. I should give you a time, right? I should give you a time. I haven't really settled on a time yet, but I think what I'm going to be shooting for is 6 p.m. Eastern time. 6 p.m. Eastern time. So I don't know what that'll be for you, but for me, that's Friday evening. So 6 p.m. Eastern time. You're saying unacceptable. Well, hey, man, the other option is I could just take off and not do the podcast that week, but I want to make sure to, get that final episode in. And so I wanted to make sure to let everybody, I feel really, maybe it's better I say it now, honestly. Maybe it's better I say it now rather than at the beginning, because at the beginning of this podcast, a lot of people are still filing in, and right now it seems to be close to peaking. So there you go. And obviously, I apologize to anybody where if you always tune into the podcast and maybe it's going to be a really inconvenient time for you, no pressure, no pressure. You could just watch it afterwards. But to me, I just want to make sure I get that episode out. Anyway, getting back on track here. Yeah, I mean, if there's one thing I want to give Sony credit for, OK Kapapa, is that they have delivered multiple quality titles that are standout this year. And, to me, that's what Sony does best. And that's why I continue to support them so heavily, because Horizon Forbidden West, one of the highest quality games out there, right? One of the best games out there. God of War Ragnarok, obviously one of the best. I did platinum it, by the way. About 49 hours, platinum God of War. Amazing experience. And I didn't play GT7, but I've heard really good things about it. So it's like, look, so I think Sony's on point, man. They have not missed a beat as far as I'm concerned. Humble brag. Yeah. I did enjoy platinuming. There were some frustrating moments platinuming God of War. I won't lie. There were some very frustrating moments, but it felt very gratifying when I finally locked that platinum in. That was one of those games where I'm like, I absolutely want to make sure to get it. Also, really quick, just want to say, God of War Ragnarok, Odin's Ravens, did not have to look up a single Raven. I just got them naturally. I'm not saying that to brag for myself. I think that's actually really impressive on the developer's part. You see, I think when a developer can incorporate collectibles where it's like you don't have to go looking up how where to find them, or I was just shocked about that. I did not expect that. I thought I was going to have to look up 25 Ravens and where to find them, and that wasn't the case at all. Quite a shocker. Thank you for everybody congratulating me on the platinum. Big Nabs, you're saying many developers said that the PS5 is easier to work with. Yeah, that we were hearing that, man. We were hearing that quite a bit. Hickzock, you're saying PC, Xbox performance should not mislead PS5 gamers. Blue Streak 320, you're saying I dropped God of War Ragnarok. The hand holding is hard and it barely lets you play. I'm enjoying Callisto way more. Elden Ring better win Game of the Year. Game of the Year. Fanboys get me. Well, hey, dude, look, man. No one should be attacking you because you're basically saying you just didn't like God of War Ragnarok, and that's okay, dude. Like that. This is where I think people get too insane with, where it's like, if you play a game and to you it's an amazing game and it's a great game, maybe one of the best games you ever played, and you see it's getting praise, that doesn't mean everybody's going to enjoy it. That doesn't mean everybody's going to enjoy it, nor does it mean that everybody has to enjoy it. I think it's totally fine, man. And I say this as somebody who loved God of War Ragnarok. Like, if you're saying you didn't like it, you didn't like the hand holding, I kind of get it, dude. I get it. Like, there were just certain moments where it's like you got to stop talking. Like you got to stop talking. You got to stop telling me what to do. Because if you don't, what's the point? But then there were other times where I actually did get held up on some of the puzzles. So I hear you, man. You're saying Elden Ring better win Game of the Year. We'll see, dude. I don't know. It's going to be a brutal battle, and it's not clear cut, man. It's not clear cut. I still am hoping that Stray wins Game of the Year. And did you guys see the speaking of Game of the Year, the User's Choice Award for the Game of the Year over for the Video Game Awards? What is going on over there, man? Sonic Frontiers leading the way, Elden Ring in like third or fourth place, and God of War almost at the bottom. What is going on, bro? This is why these awards are all meaningless. This is why it's meaningless. Yes, Sonic, the last time I checked, and you know who's behind Sonic? Genshin Impact is behind Sonic. Both Sonic and Genshin Impact are ahead of Elden Ring and God of War. What are you guys doing out there? What are you doing out there? Yeah, they are troll votes. I imagine Jeff Keighley's just like, oh my God, you know? Yeah, wow. I feel like at this point, I would probably just vote for Sonic 2. Just because it's funny. Just because it's like, you know what? Just give it to Sonic. They need it. They need it. They need it bad. Genshin Impact is not even from this year. Yeah, well, that's true, but it's a live service game, right? Actually, yeah, I see people say, I've heard the Genshin Impact is actually really good. I haven't played it. Vote for PUBG Mobile. Yeah. That's funny, man. Look, the only time the user award actually meant something to me was in 2020 when Ghost of Tsushima won. Because it was either going to be The Last of Us Part 2 or Ghost of Tsushima, and I was personally hoping Ghost of Tsushima because I really loved that game. And I knew Ghost of Tsushima wasn't going to win Game of the Year. But I'm like, if it can get the user Game of the Year, that would be good. Like, that would be good for me and to me. And I'm glad it did. But this year, my God, I don't even know what's going on over there. I don't even know what's going on over there. Was Ghost of Tsushima was nominated for Game of the Year in 2020, was it not? Somebody please let me know. I'm pretty sure it was. It was, yeah. For the actual Game of the Year award. That's insane, dude. Isn't it just crazy how many years Sony has multiple games up for Game of the Year nomination? That's crazy. Sampo, you're saying rank your top 5 PlayStation studios right now in order. In order, I'm probably gonna say. Oh, that's tough. I'm trying to think about my number one. That's a tough one. I feel like Insomniac might be number one. Truly, like I think they might be. I don't know though, man. I'm tempted to give my number one the Sucker Punch. Ghost of Tsushima is still in my head, man. In case you can't tell. Like I'm seriously just so damn impressed with Ghost of Tsushima. Like I really cannot wait to see what they do next. But I feel like I want to give it to Insomniac just because they have been. I mean they're absolute beasts. They're absolute beasts. So I'll put Insomniac and then I'll put Sucker Punch and then behind that Sony Santa Monica. And I would put Sony Santa Monica higher, but oh man, I can't wait to see what Sucker Punch does next. And that's 3. 4, I'll have to give to, I want to say Gorilla, but I think 4 I'm going to give to Blue Point, believe it or not, because I that's another game that's still stuck in my head, dude. I still think about Demon's Souls all the time, where I just think about, my God, have you guys seen that game? Like, have you seen that game? I know people are saying Naughty Dog. I can't put Naughty Dog on the list, dude. I can't. I mean, look, I think Naughty Dog deserves to be on the top 5. But just for me personally, like, I have to see the multiplayer game first. I have to see the multiplayer game. I'll put Blue Point at 4, and I don't know if I had to choose between either putting in at the number 5 spot, either putting Guerrilla Games or Naughty Dog, I'm simply just gonna put Guerrilla only because I played Horizon this year, Horizon Forbidden West. I can't put Naughty Dog there only because Naughty Dog put out The Last of Us Part 1 this year. And it was a great experience. They did a great job with it, but I'll probably put Naughty Dog back on my list again when they release something new. But then again, I guess that's kind of unfair though, because if I'm putting Blue Point down for a game they put out 2 years ago, yeah, I don't know. My list. See, this is why you can't ask me these questions off the top of my head, because I get my lists all screwed up. Is it a recency thing? Is it a you know, I don't know, man. I still have a, not talking about it. I'm just simply saying I still have a bad taste in my mouth from The Last of Us Part 2. That's it. That's all I'm saying. And so I want to see something new from Naughty Dog. That's it. That's it. Axis Hawk, you're saying, hope you're doing well, MBG. Sorry for not tuning in. It's all good, man. I'm doing well. I appreciate it. And you're saying the World Cup and uni have been taking my time. That's understandable, man. Trust me, you're not the only one. Not only is there just not a whole lot going on in gaming right now, at least not as much, but yeah, dude, the World Cup, eating into my viewership here, man. Eating into my viewership. But not just me, probably everybody. It's expected. It's expected. Things always naturally slow down in gaming towards the holidays, and especially now the holidays, the World Cup, and inflation. It's all coming together. And the fact that Sony apparently was like, you know what? No showcase this year. Thanks, Sony. Thanks. Yeah, it's back catalog time. All right, let me see. Subtext, you're saying, so about that Callisto combat, is dodging that jank? When it comes to combat in the Callisto protocol, dude, listen. I had to go into the accessibility settings and turn on auto dodge because I got so pissed off. I'm like, I can't do this. I can't do this. Like, if I can't figure out a way to get around this dodge mechanic, I'm not going to be able to play this game. And thank God they have that setting in the accessibility settings, because you're saying skill issue? Dude, I don't care what it is. I don't care if I suck at the game. Look, I've accepted that I've probably gotten much worse with games over time. But I sat there. I died, I think, 20 times in a row. It was actually towards the beginning when you basically first take on more than one enemy. And the game is slow paced, and every time it kept resetting me, I'm like, now I gotta, slowly run over to the area again, slowly go over the crates, and now I'm gonna fight these enemies, and I'm dead. And I went through that about, like, I'm not even kidding, probably close to 20 times, and I'm like, I'm beginning to hate this game. Like, I was beginning to hate it. I'm like, oh no, this is not sitting well with me. So I turned that on, and ever since, it's been a much more enjoyable experience. I can't. You're saying enjoy the struggle. I mean, look, man, I enjoy overcoming difficulty, but when it begins to feel like it's a game mechanic that it's not like. My personal opinion, I think the fucking dodge mechanic in this game is horrendous. Like, I think that this is the worst dodge mechanic I've ever, maybe not ever, but one of the worst dodge mechanics I've ever experienced in a video game. And I'm not saying that if you're somebody who enjoys it and you figured it out and dude, I wish I could do that. I wish I could have figured it out and enjoyed it and be like, oh, I get it now. That wasn't happening. I tried so many times to do that. You're saying the worst gun controls? I think the shooting mechanics are pretty decent. The shooting mechanics are exactly what I expected for a game like this. But the problem with to give you guys an explanation for those who don't know, the way the dodge mechanic is supposed to work in the Callisto Protocol is basically when enemies go to swing or swipe at you, you have to flick the left stick, either left or right, to dodge, right? Or left. And that's what you have to do. And you have to time it, obviously, and that's how it's supposed to work. If you hold back on the left stick, rather than flick it left or right, if you hold back on the left stick, you basically block. But by blocking, you still take a little bit of damage. So if you go into the accessibility settings, you turn on auto dodge. Pretty much what it does is anytime you flick back on the left stick, or if you just hold it back, it'll just auto dodge for you. I admit it's making it a little too easy. And that's where I'm kind of finding myself annoyed, where it's like, I don't want it to be this easy, but I also can't go back because that's just too annoyingly difficult. Like I can't figure that out. So if I had to choose in this case between it being a little bit too easy or just basically ending up hating the game, I'd rather it be a little bit too easy. So you know, I'm again, maybe I suck at the game, but I kind of began to realize that if I don't find out if I can't figure out the melee in this game, like if I can't figure out how to deal with these enemies, I'm not going to be able to play this game. And that was a really depressing thing because I was like, you're saying you must have hated Elden Ring? Actually, no, dude, I had an easier time with Elden Ring. Although, the one thing about Elden Ring that I had to do to overcome the difficulty, because I'm going to be honest, guys, I'm beginning to realize that I think I'm just losing my skill at video games, truly. With Elden Ring, I did reach a point, I think like midway through the game, or maybe towards the second half of the game, where I just hit like a wall, and I'm like, oh my God, like why can't I get past some of these bosses? And so I kept trying to go to like one boss to another, one area to another. I just kept getting wrecked, dude. Just completely wrecked. So I was like, you know what? At least with a game like Elden Ring, the option that they offer you is to grind. So it's like if you can't overcome it with pure skill, you can basically overlevel your character, or at least try to. And that'll give you more of an edge and more of an advantage. And that's what I had to do. I sat there and I grinded and I leveled my guy up, and I'm like, all right. And I still struggled. No, I mean, I did a lot better, but I still struggled with a lot of the boss battles, even being really high leveled. I wasn't like ridiculously high leveled. I wasn't like level 185 or 200 or anything like that. I think it was like level 130, 140. But yeah, it's funny because I remember earlier in my life playing games like Dark Souls and you know, I remember feeling really good about these games in the sense that like I adapted to them so much better than I do now. I will say though, I did play Sifu this year and I platinumed that game. No easy mode. So I at least have that. Okay? You can't take that from me. You can't take that from me. But yeah, when it comes to the Callisto Protocol, I do like the combat in general. It was really simply just the dodge mechanic that really I got hung up on, and I'm like, it's too clunky. It's not intuitive enough, you know? And maybe if I just kept trying over and over and over, maybe at some point it would have clicked. But I started to really get to that point that I rarely get at with games where I'm like, I can't do this. I'm not enjoying this. You know, it reminds me a little bit of like when I was playing Sifu. There were moments in Sifu where I was getting fucking pissed, where I'm like, I am struggling with this part, but it always felt fair. Like it always felt like I know I can overcome this. There's just something here where I know the mechanics are sound. It's me. Like it felt like it was me, and I understood that, and I had to practice and get better. There are other times in games where when it doesn't feel like it's me, and it feels like there's something just fundamentally wrong with this mechanic, like this is just a bad video game mechanic, that's when I start to really get depressed, because it's like I don't want it to ever come down to that, because that means it's out of my hands if that's the case. But in a way, it kind of is subjective, because while I'm sitting here basically saying I could not stand the dodge mechanic in this game, I see people in the chat saying that they thought it was fine. You know what I mean? Did you set auto win on Sifu options then? Is that nah, that's not an option in that game. Is it? No way. That sounds ridiculous. I know they added an easy mode and a hard mode, but no, I played through Sifu the normal way. Auto win. That's funny, dude. Yeah, like with God of War, I struggled. I really struggled with God of War. I overcame it, but yeah, that some of the boss battle, like the final king. Oh my God, I don't even want to talk about it. It was just it was just so upsetting. Like I'm like I can't. This is going to stop me from platinuming this game. Auto win Sifu, yeah. You guys hear that Sifu's getting a movie? I hope that turns out good. Unbalanced, yeah. Yeah, I was... I don't know, man. Maybe that gives you an idea of how bad I am at games now, where I was struggling with God of War, some of the final side bosses with... Did I platinum Returnal? I did. Returnal, believe it or not, I don't look back at that game and feel like it was super hard. I don't know why. Maybe it just comes down to the games I'm playing. Because Returnal, there was a struggle. And there was a point I specifically remember with the third level of Returnal where I hit a wall, but at some point I kept trying, and then something just clicked. And the second it clicked, I was unstoppable in that game. Yeah, exactly. Once Returnal clicked, it just was like... And the same thing with Sifu. Those are two games that I think are considered very difficult games, or relatively difficult. And I feel like I went through the phases of I hit the wall and then boom, it just clicked. And there are just some games where the clicking never occurs. And I don't know why that is. There are just some games where it's like I hit a wall and then I just kind of never get over it and I never figure it out. And I'm not sure why. Did I end up finishing Elden Ring? I did, yeah. I did finish Elden Ring. I was carried towards the end to a degree. But I did finish it. And dude, I don't know, man. I had a lot of trouble. I think it was the last 2 or 3 bosses in Elden Ring I really was struggling with. I really felt like, man, they want me to earn this. They really want me to earn this. And yeah, Elden Ring was really good though. Did I platinum it? Actually, no, I didn't platinum Elden Ring. When I was finished with Elden Ring, I felt like, you know what? This is one of those times where I'm totally satisfied. I completed Elden Ring. I did not everything in the game, but almost everything. And I'm like, maybe one day I'm going to go back and play this game, but not now. I put 100 hours into it and I felt like I'm good, man. I'm good. I felt like I was ready to move on. You know, I felt like I overcame some kind of monumental task in gaming. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to lay the sword and shield down here. Maybe I'll come back out. I do imagine myself playing Elden Ring again, though, one day, for sure. Yeah, that's what was tough for me. You're saying the Elden Ring bosses are so fast, it gets annoying. You know, that's the thing I kind of discovered with a lot of the boss battles is there's just... I don't even know if it was their speed. I think it's just the fact that there's just multiple phases to each boss, and it's just when you feel like, oh my god, I finally beat him, I finally got past the first phase, just to find out, bitch, there's a second phase and it's even harder. And that's where I'm like that's when it feels like it beats me into the ground, where I'm like, I do you know how hard I just worked to just get past this first phase, to just be told that it's not over, there's an even harder second phase. That was the part that really, I think, started to break me a little bit in Elden Ring. But that's part of it. MBG, did you hear about Kanye? LOL? Yeah, who hasn't? Who hasn't, man? Dude, I can't keep up with this shit. I can't keep up with this shit that's going on anymore. You know, but what is going, like, I feel like there's a clear line between, I don't know, between trying to speak in a universal way and then just saying things that are like, yo, hold on now. You know, it's crazy shit, dude. I gotta admit though, I hate to say this because it's sad. Like I feel like you gotta admit, people are entertained right now. I'm not going down that rabbit hole. I look at this shit from a distance. Okay, I'm not getting involved in any of it, but Yeah. Yes, that is what I'm talking about. You're saying Kanye out crazied Alex Jones, bro. Dude, that shit had me dying because I watched that clip and you just look at Alex Jones' face and he's like, the fuck, and that is you gotta admit that regardless of all of it, maybe some people won't admit it, but people are entertained. Like, are you not entertained by this? And people are, it's crazy, dude. It's crazy. Jerry A says, I like how people complain about God of War Ragnarok hand holding as if they can't turn that feature off. Oh, wait. Can you? Though I heard that you can't. I never looked into it too deeply. I just dealt with it. I'm like, whatever. They're just gonna tell me stuff, and that's fine. But I don't. You'll have to tell me which setting that is because I feel like I've heard multiple people claim that you can turn it off. See, this is why I get so confused. Somebody says yes, you can, and then somebody right below him says you can't though. So which is it? Maybe I'll have to go look into it myself. I don't care. I completed God of War. I'm done. I did my time in God of War. And I'm satisfied with it, bro. You can't turn off the audio cues. And then somebody says, but Shako says, yeah, you can. Well, either way, it's fine. It's fine. We'll just keep moving along here. D. Curvo, I don't know if I'm saying your name right, 22 says, I had to read a, quote, how to dodge in Callisto Protocol, end quote, article before getting the hang of it. I'm cool with it, but combat is definitely one-dimensional. Yeah, I mean, look, when I think about the Callisto Protocol's combat, I do think to myself, what would I do differently? How would I improve it? And I'm not sure exactly. I'm not a game dev, like I do feel like there are really, I feel like there are games that have probably done it better. Like I know there are. I can't think of them off the top of my head, but I don't know. I feel like I try to think about what it would be like if you could dodge using a button prompt, but I don't know. You don't want it to become like a QTE fest. So I'm not sure. Saying The Last of Us does it better. I mean, The Last of Us Part 1, I feel like there wasn't really, you couldn't do too much, right? Circle button dodge. I will, yeah, you're saying you think they were too focused on making the deaths really gory. Dude, yeah, the death animations in this are so over the top, bro. But I feel like that's kind of part of the charm of the game. I mean, you could tell, it's so funny because you could tell when they were making this game that they really wanted to make sure, like, we have to have some of the coolest death animations. And it almost makes you wonder, like, did they purposely make the melee dodging so bad so that way people could see all of their glorious death animations? You do got to wonder. A simple dodge button you have to time well would have been better. Yeah, that I can agree with. I think that does sound like it would be better. Because you could still get punished if you don't time it right. And yeah, the thing about the sticks, using the stick to go left and right, it feels like it just doesn't register the way it should exactly. Or, at the very least, and maybe this would ruin the immersion for some people, but I'm almost thinking like maybe if they just gave you like a little warning sign, I don't know, like one of the enemy's arms flashes red or something for just a split second, just to give you that kind of like, okay, now I got to flick, I don't know. MBG the game said it's not about timing. Well, I don't want to focus too much on the dodge mechanic because that's the thing is like, if you've been listening to me up till this point, you probably think, man, this guy's probably not enjoying this game at all. And actually, that's not true. My overall feeling on the Callisto Protocol so far is it's really good. Like, I don't think it's next level good. I don't think it's like top tier, like one of the best single player games I've ever played, but it's actually very solid based off of what I've played so far. It can be frustrating though, and that's I think the one thing that does hold this game back is the gameplay at times can be frustrating, and I think that it really comes down to what type of player you are. Because one thing I have noticed is that there are actually quite a few people who like that. They like the fact that they can't just kind of breeze. If you're playing on a higher difficulty or the regular difficulty, you can't just kind of breeze right through a section. You're gonna have some difficulty. And I think because this game is so linear and because it's so kind of, it's a focused game, really. It's not very open at all. I think that type of gameplay experience and combining it with a sense of frustration can lead more people to feel like this just sucks because you don't really have many options. That's the thing is like the one thing I noticed is when you enter certain areas and certain encounters, if you get stuck, you don't really have any other options than you got to figure it out. Like you have X amount of tools at your disposal. You got to figure it out. And it almost makes you wonder if I don't know, if this is why with some of Sony's linear games, like you talk about God of War hand-holding too much, maybe this is why, dude. Maybe because like in playtesting, these developers who are making linear single-player games, they're finding that like people don't like to get frustrated on linear single-player games where the story is a huge part of it. Hard to say. I'm not directly involved with video game development, so I couldn't tell you. But overall, I am actually enjoying the Callisto Protocol. And the further I get it with it, the better it starts to feel. Like there's a whole upgrade. There are multiple upgrade trees for your weapons, for your melee weapon, your guns. And, to me, as I'm beginning to upgrade my weapons and as I'm getting stronger, the game is beginning to feel better than it was in the beginning. So I think that's kind of a natural progression there, but I guess what I'm trying to say is that for the people that I've seen reviewing the game or just playing the game and giving their thoughts on it, for all the people who are basically saying that the game can be a little overly frustrating and cumbersome at times, I totally get that. Like that is definitely here with the Callisto Protocol. It's not a perfect game, it has a little bit of jank. It can be frustrating at times, but I am enjoying the overall experience though. Like I'm enjoying the atmosphere. I am interested in the story. Like, I don't feel like the character performances are that strong. Like, I think the game is kind of doing what it should, where it's letting the atmosphere and the world itself kind of be at the forefront, and the characters and the story are somewhat secondary. There's a big issue with the audio in this game. I don't know if you guys have experienced this, but the audio mixing, there's something going wrong with any time the characters are speaking, their voices are too low compared to the other sounds, the music or the whatever else is in the background, their voices are too low. So it seems like the audio department maybe should have fixed that. That's a noticeable issue to me. And I hate that. Like that really bothers me. You're saying you played it with headphones and it was great. Maybe it's mixed for that. It could be that, yeah. And then you're saying you thought there was something wrong with your Pulse headset. No, Space Gambler, you're saying adjust it in audio. This is not the first time I've encountered this issue with games. And I don't know what's going on with game development teams where I'm trying to think, what other game had this issue? Guardians of the Galaxy, where dialogue in that game is incredibly important. And I feel like dialogue in this game is important as well. And the sound of their voices is just not, it's not loud enough. Like I can't hear them clearly. They either sound muffled or the other sounds. And I remember with the Guardians of the Galaxy, I had to reduce the game sound by 50%. Or not the game sound, but pretty much all other sounds that weren't their voices to hear them. And I feel like I'm going to have to do the same thing with this game. And I don't like that because I feel like that's, like, to me, that indicates bad audio mixing. You know, like if I have to manually mix it myself, something's wrong here. And you know what? You guys are going to laugh at this. And please tell me if I'm the only one who experienced this. Saying MBG, could it be these games were recorded during COVID? Actually, yeah, that's a good point. Good point, actually. I didn't even think of that. That could have really messed things up, right? You could be right about that. Tell me if anybody else... MBG needs a hearing aid. Yeah. I'm getting that old, man. Next week, I'm going to have all gray beard. But one of the things I ran into with the Callisto Protocol, and I was losing my mind over this. I don't know. It's really funny. For the first couple hours of the game, I thought there was a really severe audio glitch where, you know, you're talking to, I forget the name of the character, but basically your guy, like the, you know, your partner, I forget his name. You're talking to him throughout the game through an earpiece, you know, how most games do it. And there were just so many times where, yeah, Elias, where, you know, I'm playing as the main character and he's just saying things. He's just talking. And it kept sounding like, it sounds like he's talking to somebody, like not to himself. Like it sounds like he's talking to somebody. And it began to like dawn on me, like he is talking to somebody. Why can't I hear them? And I thought like, oh my God, the audio is severely glitched out. I can't hear what the other person's saying. It took me a couple hours into the game to realize that I had, in the settings, they have it automatically set to come through the controller, the speaker and the controller. And I had my audio muted for the controller speaker. And I had to manually change it in the settings to have it come through the TV. And I was like, oh my God, dude. Like, I missed so much dialogue because I thought the game was glitched. And I don't think I missed anything important, you know? And I almost tried to convince myself, like, there was a brief moment where I actually thought, is this their way of trying to make this more, I don't know, immersive? Like, I don't get to hear what the other person's saying. I'm really just like I'm looking in. Do you guys get what I'm saying? It was so stupid. I was like, this doesn't make any sense. But I was trying to make it make sense. I'm like, maybe they don't want me to hear what is being said on the other side. I'm just supposed to hear the main character, you know? And I began to realize like that doesn't sound right. Yeah, I was gaslighting myself, bro. I was gaslighting myself. The Callisto Protocol has been an experience so far. Let me tell you, it's been an experience. Oh man. All right, let me see. Chris B, a member for 27 months. You're saying there was no timing on the dodging. You just have to be always holding right or left during a fight. But thanks for the auto dodge tip. Maybe I'm beginning to think maybe that's why I was sucking so much. Maybe because I was just for some reason under the impression that it was all about the timing. And I'm sitting there timing flicks and it's like, I don't know. Maybe I'll experiment with it again. I'll tell you what's going to happen though. I'm going to turn the auto dodge off. I'm going to try playing it, and within 10 minutes, I'm like, I'm not doing this. I'm turning that setting back on. But you know, there's just there's some gamers out there though, man, that are like, what? The dodge mechanic sucks? That's a challenge accepted, you know? Challenge accepted. Primal Plasma, member for 19 months. You're saying, MBG, your video game playing skills are diminishing because you are too busy playing the video game of being a dad. Yeah, for real, man. It's, yeah, I don't know, man. I've always felt like older than my age. So maybe I should just start playing games at higher difficulties. Like I don't know. My whole thing is when you start to get frustrated with a game, what do? You know what I mean? I feel like what I used to do when I would get frustrated in a game is I would see it as a challenge to overcome. Now, not all the time, but a lot of times when I face what feels like a really annoying challenge in a video game, I hate to sound so defeatist, but it just becomes like, I guess I just don't get the same type of feeling that I used to, where it's like I don't necessarily feel the intense feeling of I'm gonna overcome this shit, you know? And it's only because it feels like you go from one to the next, to the next, to the next one, to the next one. And it's like, you know? Subtext, you're saying with the arbitrary left and right dodge, lack of quick run in a melee game, lack of exploration / puzzles, and slew of PC bugs, is it me, or does Callisto feel rushed to beat Dead Space to the market? I do feel that way. Jay Shako says, MBG, I'm a disabled gamer. So yeah, that's me 24/7, lol. Huh. Well, I'm glad I'm not the only one that experiences it that way, because that's what it feels like sometimes, man. Subtext, yeah, I figured that's what you meant. You meant to say quick turn, not quick run. Yeah, to me, that was a mechanic that was kind of missing. There are many times where I feel like because they have enemies sneak up behind you, like they give you the audio cues that, oh, there's an enemy behind you, bro. And the turning of the camera is real slow, which makes sense to have the camera turn slow, but there really should have been a quick turn mechanic in this game. MBG, perhaps you are getting more impatient because the social media just forces everyone to rush their games. It used to be that we can play our games at our own pace. It could be that, yeah. It could be that. I mean, I'm going to be honest. I don't necessarily feel a sense of urgency. The closest I get to it is I want to have something to talk about when it comes to games I'm playing on the podcast. But even then, like, there have been times where if I'm taking my good old time with a game, I'll just let you know, like, I don't have much to say, you know, until I'm finished with it. So I don't know if I necessarily feel that too often, but it could be a subconscious thing for sure. But subtext, getting back to your super chat, I don't doubt that at all, man. Like, I think the Callisto Protocol definitely needed more time. I definitely believe that. But I do think they felt it was imperative to get this game out before Dead Space, because, I mean, I don't want to say they're the same game, right? But they're kind of the same game. Now, for somebody like me, I'm going to buy both. You know, I'm going to get that Dead Space nostalgia, but I'm also curious to see what's the new Dead Space like, you know? And I hope I don't know. It's been a long, long time since I played Dead Space. So I'm really hoping that it feels a little bit different. But I get that feeling too, subtext. I think that the game needed more optimization. You talk about the lack of exploration / puzzles. There's a little bit of exploration, but it's really minor. I'm going to be honest, I don't mind that. Do you know, sometimes I find myself missing that type of experience. Sometimes I find myself missing the type of super, super linear experience. And I've seen reviewers criticize games sometimes that are extremely linear. I wouldn't, would you say this game is on rails? I mean, it is. It is. This game is basically on rails. And I'm okay with that. Like, there just are times where I find that, you know, I like this experience. I felt that way with Guardians of the Galaxy. And I don't know, something about it just felt so refreshing, where I'm like, oh man, so many games are trying to be bigger and more open and wider. And it gets to a point where it's like, man, I really start to yearn for something that's super closed in and linear and practically on rails, and you don't have to stress about anything other than just keep going forward, play the game, and experience what's coming next, you know? And And I understand that sometimes this can bring up the question of value, like if you're paying for a game that's completely linear and on rails and can be complete in X amount of hours and has maybe minimal replayability, is that worth the same asking price as a game, like Elden Ring, where it's massive, open, so much content and so many places to go? I think that's for each person to decide. Like for me, it's about the experience and how it leaves me feeling. And it really reminds me of the Order 1886, where I paid $10 for that game when I played it, and I was shocked. I was like just so shocked at how much I enjoyed that game. Now, when I reviewed it, I remember talking about how like I only paid $10 for this game, but I really would have been interested to know, like if the Order 1886 came out today, right, on the PS5, I would obviously buy it at full price. And I would be really curious to know if by the time I was finished with it, if I would have felt like, I'm okay with how much I paid for this. Like it feels worth it because I enjoyed the experience that much. It's also interesting to think how, people pay like almost close to maybe, I mean, I don't know. It's been a while since I've been in the movies, but I feel like people pay close to like $15-$20 for a movie ticket, right? And when you do that, like it's a pretty good chunk of change for what you're getting. You're going to get at most a 2.5 hour experience where you watch the film and it's just a few hours long and that's it. And people will say, well, you're paying for the experience, right? Like you're paying for the theater experience. And that's why you're willing to pay more. And I'm like, well, why can't the same be said for video games, And I think about a game like the Callisto Protocol in this case, where it's like, for me, what I'm personally going to be looking for by the time I complete this game is the question I'm going to ask is, how did it leave me feeling? Because talking about God of War Ragnarok, there were quite a few people that I've seen talk about God of War Ragnarok and essentially say that, the game feels underwhelming to them. It feels like, they get bored of the combat, or, the story just isn't as exciting or interesting, whatever it may be. Like, I've read quite a few criticisms of God of War Ragnarok. And, it's interesting because while I was playing the game, there were certain moments where I noticed like maybe a little something here, maybe a little something there. And I began to realize like, no game is perfect. If I pay close enough attention, I will find something wrong with any game I play. But in the end, what mattered most to me when I was thinking about, I just beat God of War Ragnarok. What do I think? Like, what's just my first intuitive thought about this experience? And it simply just comes down to, wow, to me, God of War Ragnarok is one of the best games I ever played for one reason and one reason only, and it's the way it made me feel. Essentially the experience, because there were times where I started to feel like, okay, maybe, I'm getting used to the combat, and it can feel, in any game really, the combat can begin to feel a bit samey, until I run into a new enemy type or a new boss. There were some times where the pacing felt like it slowed down a little bit too much, but then it really just eventually, like what it all boils down to is every person has to decide for themselves, like, what do you look to get out of a video game? What are you looking to extract out of it? What matters most to you? And I realize these days, when it comes to single player games in particular, this doesn't necessarily count for multiplayer games. For single player games, it's how I'm left feeling by the time I complete it that matters. And it can, like, depending on how I'm left feeling, it can make up for some weaknesses. So if by the time I'm finished the Callisto Protocol, I'm like, wow, this game was like this game's story and the turns it took, or the ending, whatever, or just maybe this one particular moment in a game. Like, do you ever hear people say like it was this one specific moment that like was the difference maker, or this is what made this experience for me? that's what I look for in games anymore. And maybe that is because there are so many games these days. There are so many different stories across all media to be consumed. There's just more at your disposal than ever before. And it really, to me, is just, it's about simply asking, like, well, how did it make you feel? And if I answered that question with, I felt damn good. That felt really good. And that good feeling doesn't always have to be like happiness, right? Like a game like The Last of Us is a perfect example where, to me, what made The Last of Us so fucking good wasn't the gameplay. It wasn't the shooting. It wasn't even the clickers. It really was that by the time I got to the end of that game, I was left with a feeling that I don't think I ever felt after completing a video game in my life. And then everything else that came before that just ends up feeling like the icing on the cake. And then I start to think, the gameplay was good. Oh, and that moment with the bloater. Oh, and that moment when I was in the basement with the generator, right? Or, that moment where I was, being chased by David as Ellie. Those things are standout moments that obviously help make the game what it is. But it's really, I don't know, man. That, like, to me, that's just, it matters so much. It matters so much. The feeling that I'm left with upon completion. And I think one last thing I'll say here is, I don't want people to misconstrue that as in, so you're saying that the only thing that matters to you in a single player game is the ending. No, that's not necessarily the case. The ending is always very important. And there have certainly been games I played where the ending was not necessarily satisfactory. A good example is Horizon Forbidden West. So Horizon, for me, when I think about what made that game good, in my opinion, it definitely wasn't the ending of the game. Definitely not. It was interesting, and it had they're going to make a third one. I'm not going to spoil anything, but really, it's when I think about the world itself and how the world made me feel, how exploring made me feel, how kind of being excited to go to the next area and kind of just like being in awe at the new machines I'm going to find. And you know what I mean? So it's like, for me, that's what made that game. And if Horizon Forbidden West was a completely linear game and they told that exact same story, I probably still would have enjoyed it, but that story would not have extracted that type of feeling out of me. The story itself and the characters themselves, they were good and I did enjoy them thoroughly, but it would really have to be, I think the game had to be what it is in its open world nature for it to really kind of, hit me that way. Anyway, why was I talking about this topic again? Sometimes I feel like I go on for so long that I don't even remember like what got me talking about this. But you're saying The Last of Us 2 made me feel nothing, made me feel like a murder, combat beyond its time for sure. Yeah, and dude, The Last of Us Part 2 is a good one where I hated the way I felt. I think that's why I hated The Last of Us Part 2. I like people always criticize me. They're like, dude, you don't like The Last of Us Part 2 because you don't understand. Like, no, I understand everything about that game. I understand Abby. I understand Joel's death. I understand the messages that are being conveyed. I understand the ending. I understand it all. But that's not what mattered to me. For me, what mattered is how I felt. And I felt like fucking trash, bro. I felt that game made me feel like I was trash. And I didn't like that. I didn't like that. But dude, even I'm going to be honest, that game was the combat was so fucking intense. Even I've always given Naughty Dog a ton of credit. And this is why I'm so excited for the Last of Us multiplayer game. But dude, Naughty Dog went so insane with the combat in the combat encounters in The Last of Us Part 2. I even felt like shit in a lot of those combat encounters, man. I didn't want to kill dog. Oh man, I don't want to talk about it. That game did. I understand if their intention was to make me feel like shit. I always say this, It worked, man. It worked. And even when I played as Abby, not to go on I'm not going on a tangent here, but even when I played as Abby, I don't know if they were trying to get you to feel like a sense of like, I don't know. I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't think they even wanted you to feel good when playing as Abby, because I didn't feel good when I was playing as Ellie. I didn't feel good when I was playing as Abby, and I didn't feel good at the end. Maybe that was, I don't know, but maybe that was the intent, man. Maybe that was the intent. PlayStation Pete, you're saying congrats on your platinum Callisto Protocol and Evil West bad review scores. Well, man, you can't really ever go on based on review scores, I mean, I don't think it's a bad thing to look at reviews or to read reviews, especially from people you trust. I think that can be incredibly helpful. But I've seen a lot of people basically saying that they're loving the Callisto Protocol, that they don't give a shit what the reviews said. They didn't listen to anybody. And I actually saw quite a few people pointing to that game, Alien Isolation, which I think got kind of torn up in the review process. And I remember people were coming out and they were like, this is one of the best horror games ever made. Like what was it? IGN, I think, that famously gave that game a 5 out of 10 or something. And people were like, are you guys high right now? Like, what are you on that you gave this game a 5 out of 10? And I don't know that it's that extreme. Yeah, Days Gone is another good example of, I mean, if I had listened to the reviews for Days Gone, I would have anticipated that, oh, great, like, this is going to be just an okay experience. It's going to be a buggy, glitchy mess, and it wasn't either of those things. It was neither of those things. Days Gone was an awesome experience, and I had almost no, I don't know, maybe I got lucky, but I had almost no bugs. Same thing with Horizon. I remember one of the things that really stood out to me with Horizon this year was a lot of people were trying to convince me, not you guys, but just a lot of people on the internet trying to convince others, this game's a broken mess, bro. It's glitchy as fuck. I don't know. It's buggy. I experienced no bugs. No bugs. And I played it at launch. So I'm just like, don't get me wrong. Like, I know they exist, and I know that some people do experience them, but actually, I experienced one major bug in God of War Ragnarok towards the very end of the game, ironically enough. In Ragnarok, it let me use Kratos' Blaze of Chaos to, like, how when you're in a high enough area in Ragnarok, Kratos has to put his Blade of Chaos into the wall to slide down. There was a step that was probably 6 feet high, and I was supposed to just be able to walk off of it, and it wouldn't let me, and it gave me the prompt to press circle to go down it, and it wasn't supposed to do that, and it just put me through the world. So I'm just hanging there, and like I'm just underneath the world hanging, and I'm like, oh, okay. So I just like went back up, and then it just let me proceed normally, and that was pretty funny. It wasn't like anything serious, but that was literally the only bug I experienced in Ragnarok. And I've heard really good things about Evil West as well. You're saying you had a game crashing bug? Playing the Callisto Protocol, speaking of which, that game crashed on me this morning. It wasn't it wasn't that big of a deal. I just rebooted the game. But yeah, that game crashed on me this morning. And like, it was a little bit annoying, but I'm not holding it against it. Like I'm not stingy like that. Like I don't, $70 is a lot of money for a game. And obviously I expect a game that I'm paying $70 for to work. Absolutely. But I don't expect it to be completely perfect. If I encounter one or two, bugs that are not game breaking, I'm okay with that. But if I go to play the Callisto Protocol again tonight and it crashes like 2 or 3 more times, that I might have a problem with. You know what I'm saying? Himanshu Yadav, you're saying, what's funny is Sony fanboys are trying to claim the Callisto Protocol as an exclusive now that they treating it as an unwanted child that comes with a new girlfriend. Yeah, don't get me wrong, man. Like, I do see some silliness sometimes. Obviously, it's not like just Xbox fans that get silly sometimes. PlayStation fans do too, and I've seen a little bit of that. And to me, it's like, look, you can. I feel like it's if you're a fan of a platform, be a fan of a platform, you know. And if you are excited to play a specific game on your platform that you think, I don't know, maybe, oh, Sony developers helped. Now I'm more excited for it, right? Sony has the marketing rights and I get a couple of bonuses I'm more excited for it. I think that's fine, but you can't really take it that far. You know, you can't really take it that far where it's like, it's not a Sony game. You know, it's not a PlayStation developed game. It's not even an exclusive. It's a multi-platform game with a couple of bonuses for PlayStation fans. That's fine. Just call it what it is, you know? But I feel like it's a little bit mixed up too, because I think that there are some PlayStation fans who maybe they did think this game was going to be like a 88, 90 on Metacritic potentially. And it's like, if you expect like a game to review really well and then you see it like didn't at all, and it's at like a 70 or 75. And that's the thing that's crazy to me is like a 75 isn't really bad. And this is where I feel like this could be the fault of the hardcore PlayStation fan base to a degree, where it's like we have maybe been too hard on these lower rated games. When I say we, I don't necessarily mean me specifically or you specifically, but it just means some people have maybe spent too much time pointing out games that are not 85s, 90s on Metacritic and basically shaming them and making it seem like, oh, if a game gets a 77 on Metacritic, it's trash, ain't good, ain't a masterpiece, ain't playing it. It's like, well, I mean, we could say God of War Ragnarok 94 on Metacritic, Elden Ring 96 on Metacritic, the Callisto Protocol 76 on Metacritic. I've been playing the Callisto Protocol. Yeah, it's not on the same level as Ragnarok. It's not. It's not on the same level as Elden Ring, but it's not bad. It's actually still pretty good, pretty decent, you know, and enjoyable. And I just think that like we need to try harder, I think, to just look at things for what they are and not be so extreme about it. You know, for example, God of War Ragnarok, based on its Metacritic score, is a masterpiece. But I don't think it would be fair to say God of War Ragnarok is the greatest video game ever made. Nothing even comes close. Like I don't think any video game should be talked about that way. That's too extreme. If you personally feel that way, that's fine. And you just make it clear, like, that's just my personal opinion and it's just one man's opinion. But when you basically begin to speak about things in such a definitive manner, and I've been guilty of this, and I'm trying to get a lot better with it, where it's like, God of War is awesome. To me, God of War is a masterpiece. But it doesn't mean that if I play a game that's not a 94 on Metacritic, that I won't enjoy it. You know, like right now, I cannot call the Callisto Protocol a masterpiece, not even close, but I can call it a really fun game. And I think it's just like, you know, it reminds me of Horizon Forbidden West when it got an 88. And I remember some people were kind of acting like, the fucking 88? Like, that shit's supposed to be a 93. Like, what? Like, I get it. Like, I get it. But maybe if you play it, you'll think to yourself, well, to me, this feels like it's a 93. Right? You see what I'm saying? It's like, you gotta take everything with a pinch of salt. You can't just go based off of one thing. And you can't let other people's opinions be the definitive and be all end all. And it would also be wise, I think, for an individual to understand that your personal opinion is also not the be all end all. Maybe for you, but just you, no one else. So don't speak about it towards other people as if it is. I feel like this is the trick, right? This is the trick. And it becomes difficult because when people are in elevated positions, like reviewers are, that's kind of how we treat it, don't we? Like, don't we, as us as human beings, we kind of treat it as if your opinion may not necessarily be the be all end all, but it's very important. And I actually saw a funny tweet from Skill Up where he put out like a tweet. I think it was for the Callisto protocol, where he's like, "Hey guys, don't get too fixed. Don't worry about my opinion on the Callisto protocol," because I guess maybe he was getting some pushback from people because he said he didn't recommend it, and I think he played it on PC, and apparently the game is just like broken on PC practically, and he was saying it's like it just wasn't good, and he didn't like the combat. I think I didn't actually watch his review, but this is what I was hearing, and I just saw like he wasn't recommending the game, but I saw his tweet and he was like, "Guys, don't worry about my opinion. It's just one person's. Decide for yourself." And then he like under that said, goes onto Reddit to see an entire thread with 3,400 upvotes or replies or something like that of people worrying about his opinion. And it's like, I understand what he's trying to say there. And I think it's important for people who are in agreement and people who are in disagreement to understand that, look, it all comes down to one thing at the end of the day. Not what he says, not what I say, not what anybody else says. It only comes down to, what do you think? How do you feel? And then you take that and you make your decision based off that. And I think, what we need less of, truly, I say this as we're about to go into the Game Awards. It's comical because I see somebody saying MBGU flip-flopping a lot. Yeah, tune into the Game Awards when I stream it this Thursday, and we're probably going to see some crazy shit going on. But I was going to say, we need less. Let's run it through like this. The Game Awards coming up. If a game like A Plague Tale Requiem, let's just run this simulation, this scenario for a second. Let's say A Plague Tale Requiem wins Game of the Year. It beats Elden Ring and it beats God of War Ragnarok, okay? The amount of people who are big Elden Ring fans or big Ragnarok fans. Am I streaming the Game Awards? I will be, yes, here on the channel. The amount of people who are massive Elden Ring fans or massive God of War fans, because they created an expectation in their minds that, this game has to win. It needs to win. There's no reason it shouldn't win. It's the best. It's the winner. They've already deemed it the winner in their head. There are going to be many people who just completely shit on A Plague Tale Requiem, shit on the Game Awards, and just go crazy over it and just, become really vile about it. Same thing with certain PlayStation fans and God of War. And this is where I feel like that's the problem here. Like, that's the fucking problem with all of this, where it's like, guys, does God of War Ragnarok not winning Game of the Year have any fucking impact on your experience with that game, literally at all? The answer is no. The answer is no. And if the answer is yes, you need to reevaluate what video games are to you in your life, because I don't think your experience, like, I'm not saying there's necessarily a right or wrong way to experience video games, but I just get this feeling you're really missing out on something big here if that's what determines your enjoyment of a video game, And so I guess I just feel the need to kind of have this conversation because we are going into the Game Awards. And I think the Game Awards can be fun as long as people keep it respectful. You know what I mean? Like, it is going to be fun to kind of see what's Elden Ring going to win versus what's God of War going to win, what's Stray going to win, what's A Plague Tale going to win. It's interesting. It is, and it does create some interesting conversation. And you guys know I've always been an advocate for competition, but I believe in healthy competition. And I think that it becomes too easy for people to become nasty, to become just not, I guess you could say, unhealthy or toxic, right? And and it just sucks because I feel like you end up losing the forest for the trees there. So you're saying you hope Sifu wins an award? Yeah, I would like to see Sifu win an award. I think it deserves it. But if not, doesn't matter, it's like Abandoned for real-time app of the year. There we go. We'll end it there and we'll move on. Abandoned needs to win real-time app of the year. How funny would that be? How funny. Yeah, I'm just waiting for Kojima to show up at the Game Awards and he's like, "Yup, I am making Silent Hill and that was me and see ya." Kidding, of course, but Hoax of the Year award. Yeah, there you go. What do I think about the Silent Hill short message demo? Well, you know what? I think let me read these super chats and then we'll transition into our talk about the Game Awards and some reveals that are going to be there. Jeff Keighley, guys, don't leave. Don't leave the stream because you're going to want to hear what Jeff Keighley's saying about the Game Awards. I'm kind of surprised. I'm surprised at what he said more recently. And yeah, we're going to talk about that. Subtext, you're saying, to be the odd one out, The Last of Us 2 gave me epiphany. Okay, it took me a second to look. I was like, a FIFA? What is he saying here? Epiphanies. About how I dealt with grief in my own life, how it changed me. One of my favorite games, but subjective. Well, you know what, man? I will tell you that one thing I definitely appreciated. Yeah, look, not to get too deep into it and not to get too personal here, but I can say with confidence for certain that one of the things that really fucked me up with The Last of Us Part 2, people thought it was simply just because, and I kind of realized this looking back, they thought it was simply just because, oh, you just want to jump on the hate bandwagon and you're just upset that Joel died. And you think the game's woke. And a lot of people tuned into my video talking about it. And I think most people understood that that's not what it was. Like, I'm not just hating to jump on a bandwagon. I didn't expect, I mean, come on. There was a whole crowd of people that don't normally talk about video games that got involved with the Last of Us 2 conversation. And that really fucking made everything muddy. But I guess all I'm trying to say without getting too deep here is that, yeah, there were some things in The Last of Us Part 2 that really, I think, brought out certain like past traumas of mine and kind of brought them to the forefront and made me feel like a certain way. When I tell you, like, I've never played a game, maybe even experienced a story. They're just, I don't know if you guys have like a certain movie or book or just something that you've experienced that hit you like so fucking hard in such a specific spot that it's like you feel like you can't go back to it. You feel like you're grateful for experiencing it, but you also kind of feel like I don't want to watch that again. Like, it's too painful. You know what I mean? I feel like playing The Last of Us Part 2 in some instances kind of brought that out where I'm like, yeah, I don't want to go there, you know? And that's powerful. I mean, that's a powerful thing in any media. Like, I've watched certain movies that have done that. I've read certain books, maybe even listened to certain songs. And it's like, you know, these are in a category of their own. And they're filed under, this is painful. And I'm very, very rarely, if ever, going to go back there. So, interesting stuff. Justin Bergmans saying, "Hi MBG, do you feel From Software is the only company that creates hype from its name? Others don't seem to have that power. I think after the success of Elden Ring, they have earned a, I don't even know if it's, I don't even want to use the word earned, because obviously they've earned a lot with Elden Ring, but I think nature taking its course in this case, yeah, From Software is basically now up there with Rockstar, in terms of like, when you see their logo pop up, you're like, oh shit. But I do think many of Sony studios are like that as well. Not all of them, but like, I don't know. I do wonder if, like, if you're watching the Game Awards and you see a Naughty Dog logo pop up, you know, is that going to create the same type of hype wave suddenly as seeing a Rockstar Games logo pop up? I don't know, but I don't think From Software is the only company, and I think it has to do with scarcity. I do, because the thing about From Software is they don't release games like constantly. I mean, they have a pretty good cadence, but I do believe certainly one of the reasons why like people lose their minds if they see people will lose their minds if you see a Rockstar Games logo pop up before a trailer starts, is because you don't ever see that at shows anyway. I'm not talking about like, oh, they just released a new GTA Online update and they're showing their logo right before the new trailer for the update. Not like that. You guys know what I'm saying. It's like, the more scarce something is, I feel like the more impact it has when it shows up. And so it's that combined with what did they do last. So for From Software, if they were to reveal their next game at this show, it would be huge. It would be like, people would lose their minds as soon as they see the From Software logo because of what they're coming off of. But, and here's the kicker, imagine From Software doesn't announce their next game till 3 years from now, and we don't hear anything from them. Nothing. We hear nothing from them. The reaction you're going to get to the From Software logo popping up 3 years from now versus this year, immensely huge difference. Huge difference. People will be very excited and be like through the roof hyped now, but you're talking tsunami levels if they don't show up for a couple years. So I think it's this potent combination of talent, your previous work, and timing. I think these three things work in tandem to basically dictate how people are going to respond to your next project. Because I think it was at Summer Game Fest this year, one of the top tier developers from Rockstar Games, Leslie Benzies, he showed off his new game with that trailer. It's called Everywhere. And it just like didn't have any hype. It just didn't. And it's like, what if that was Rockstar though? You know? I don't know. Interesting. There's multiple factors here. Is it an NFT game? I don't know. I don't know what the game is. I see somebody asking if I saw the new Last of Us HBO trailer. I did. I talked about it earlier in the podcast. But no, just to answer your question as simply as I can, I don't think From Software is the only company that creates hype from its name. I think that there are many studios that have earned a really solid reputation that when you hear about their next project or when you see their logo, like, you know, I think about last year with the PlayStation Showcase. God, it's been over 14 months. Crazy to think about. But when the Insomniac Games logo came up, people were excited, but they kind of already knew, like, oh, this is Spider-Man 2, right? Or I don't even know if the Insomniac logo popped up first. But people kind of like, you're like, oh, that's Spider-Man 2, yes. But when their logo popped up again right after that, then people were like, yo, what? You know, people were like, hold on now. What else are they doing? And that's when we saw Wolverine. And I think that's a good moment that highlights that Insomniac has a lot of weight behind their name now. And another good example is like Blue Point Games. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but after seeing what they did with Demon Souls, the second I see the Blue Point Games logo, I'm gonna get super hyped. And I don't know what they're working on. I don't know what they're gonna reel, but my hype levels will instantly shoot up very high. So, Josh, you're saying been seeing PS5 availability at Best Buy for 2 weeks. You know what? Actually, that's a great. I wanted to bring this up. Because this is something worth sharing, and I'm going to talk about this in a video, so you guys will get this early. But I saw a tweet from Zubitech that I thought was worth sharing because I didn't see anybody else cover this. Zubitech is on Twitter. He covers like all things PlayStation. And he tweets out, Sony Interactive Entertainment Head of Japan Asia Partner Development and Relations, Kichiro Yurata. This is a quote. PS5 is in high global demand, as we already announced in the Sony Group financial results. The current situation and production are progressing at a pace that exceeds the plan. In Japan, we have already established a system to increase the number of PS5 supply by a large amount from the traditional year to the end of the year. Now, I thought that was pretty significant because basically the important thing to extract from that is PS5 production is increasing at a faster rate than they had thought. And we are actually, I think, could be wrong about this, but I'm feeling confident. I think we are actually at a point where the shortage is over. I do. I really think that if somebody wanted a PS5 right now, I think you could get one. No problem. I do. I think whether it's through, maybe you go to one retailer and it's not there, but the next retailer, it will be there. I think we've reached that point. I think the shortage is fucking over, and I hope it is, man, because I'm telling you, that shortage threw a wrench in Sony's approach to how they talk about games and how they talk about the PlayStation brand and the PS5. And now Activision Blizzard is throwing a wrench into that. So, the shortage ends, but then something else takes its place temporarily. I'm so depressed about that. I'm not talking about it, but man, I just got to say, it is just so depressing to hear these regulators come out and say, we're not going to have a verdict on whether or not we're going to approve this deal for Microsoft and Activision Blizzard until April of next year. And I'm like, oh my fucking God. Why? Why that long? Because as long as this is in the air, Sony's going to be like, well, do we reveal our game? No. Showcase? No show. No, and I'm just like, oh my God. I can't wait for that to be over. I really can't. Regardless of which direction it goes in. And Josh, you're also saying it's funny you say that because as frustrated as I am with PlayStation's silence, I'm beyond excited to see literally anything from their first-party studios. Absolutely. Space Gambler Jr. saying this is going for another 6 months. Oh, no, I don't want to. I refuse to believe it. I will be in denial. I will live in denial. No. It can't. Sony can't do that. Sony can't do that. No, bad Sony. You can't lay low for 6 months. Dude, I can't wait to look. It's insane. I mean, let me ask you guys, what have we heard from Sony's first party this year in a significant way? I feel like Sony's first party, they released big games, and that's what it's tough to have this conversation because sometimes PlayStation fans get upset because they're like, dude, Sony's been releasing games. What do you mean? They're doing the most important thing. And you're right. They are. And I'll never, you guys know me, I give Sony all the credit in the world for that because that's what's most important. But I don't know. Not all of my expectations from Sony this year have been met. Not all of my and mainly that's from the, I I don't want to just simply say announcement category because Sony has made announcements. I just, I've talked about it ad nauseum at this point, and I'm not going on about it because I want to talk about the Game Awards. And maybe this is a good segue into that, but I just really, I don't know. If you would have told me at the beginning of this year that, MBG, there ain't going to be no showcase. Like if I went back in time, me right now, and basically dropped in on my own podcast in January, a podcast I did in January, because I'm sure I talked about a PlayStation showcase happening this year in January. If I would have went back in time and dropped in on my own podcast and said, yo, man, I just want to let you know there's no showcase this year. Like you're gonna go each month thinking there's a showcase. You're gonna go into June convinced there's a showcase. You're gonna go into September utterly convinced. Of course there's going to be a showcase. You kidding me? And there's not going to be one. I would have a hard time believing even myself, my future self, coming back in time. And then just to troll myself. If I could go back in time though, if I could go back to the beginning of this year, or even like midway through this year, I could time travel and just show up to my own podcast. I would do so wearing an Xbox hat and a Phil Spencer shirt just to troll myself. Now that would be funny. Imagine if I did that to myself and then I just left. I'd be sitting there like, guys, do I become an Xbox fanboy again? I don't know what the hell I'm even saying at this point. I don't know what I'm saying, but I also would have told myself, you're completely correct about Blue Box. Just hang tight. And then I would have talked to you guys and people, I don't know, people would think, wow, man, this guy really lost his mind. He thinks he's talking to his future self now. I don't know what to do with him. But the point is, we want to see more from PlayStation's first party. That's what we want to see. YJT99, you're saying, MBG, is it possible Death Stranding 2 is totally different from the first to catch a wider audience that didn't like the first one? Believe it or not, man, 100% yes. I actually think that is a very likely scenario. And let's face it, man. Like, let's be honest. I know you guys see it. You guys see it, right? Anytime we talk about Death Stranding 2, what is it that you see? What is it that you see? And also, we have Mateus. I think I'm saying your name correct. I don't know if I'm butchering your name. I apologize, but thank you for becoming a member, man. Welcome to Greatness Awaits. Appreciate the support. Look forward to your exclusive perks. Appreciate that, man. Somebody in the chat says, I hope not to see a walking simulator. Well, I will tell you this. Anytime I talk about Death Stranding 2, there are basically two camps of people. There are those who are very excited and say, I can't wait. I love Death Stranding. But there are a lot of people, maybe even more, it's hard to tell, that are like, oh, I really hope it's not Death Stranding 2. I really hope it's not. I don't want to deliver packages again. I that game just didn't look good to me. And I get the sense that Kojima, I don't know. I feel like he's surely he's aware that not everybody was on board with Death Stranding. I know he has to be, right? He has to be. And so I wouldn't be surprised if Death Stranding 2 is announced and it's just a completely different, not when I say different game, I mean like it's just gameplay wise, nothing like the first one. Or it could go the other way, where Kojima doubled down and said, so you like delivering packages, huh? Well, this time you're going to be delivering packages in a different way. I don't know. The thing about Death Stranding, in my experience, is when I first played it for the first couple of hours, I was like, oh, I don't know about this. And then it got its hooks into me. And believe it or not, you get to a point with Death Stranding where you're 35 hours in and you're like, I don't know why, but I don't know why or how, but somehow delivering packages has turned into a just total metagame for me, and I'm addicted to perfecting the delivery of these packages. It's so weird, and it's shocking that it works, but it does. However, I won't lie. With Death Stranding, I always was left with a sense of there's something, like, I feel like there's something missing in this game. I could never put my finger on it. I don't know what it was. And you're saying MBG will be delivering packages by sea on a cargo ship. Oh my God. I don't know why that sounds bad. It just sounds bad on paper, but yet I believe it. Like, I believe that we could see Kojima come out and be like, so this time Death Stranding 2 is going to, you're saying MBG, I'm not joking. Project Ocean. Oh shit. That's what it's going to be, bro. That's what it's going to be. Well, you know what? See, what's that going to look like though? What the hell is that going to look like? Oh my God, man. That you're talking about the image too, oh man. I'll be honest, like, I'll be excited for Death Stranding 2 no matter what, because Kojima just has a certain touch. Yo, Death Stranding got really insane, bro. Look at the images on the teaser. It's very clearly sea-related. Yeah, you're right, man. Cargo ship simulator, baby. Yo, it's like that's what it actually is, and it ends up being like the greatest game ever made. Graphically, Death Stranding was jaw-dropping. Absolutely. PlayStation Pete, you're saying my games next year are Spider-Man 2, Horizon Call of the Mountain, Star Wars Jedi. What I think it's called? You're saying Star Wars Jedi Story, but it's Star Wars Jedi Survivor. I think we're going to see a big chunk of that game at the Game Awards, and Tekken 8. Dude, I'm right there with you. My whole thing, I don't know. Horizon Call of the Mountain, we'll see what ends up happening there. I'm still skeptical about PSVR 2, honestly. You a Kojima fanboy, MBG, straight up. I mean, yeah, I kind of am. It's hard for me not to be because, dude, like, the Metal Gear Solid series is my favorite of all time. I mean, those games have had a massive impact on my entire life. I know that sounds dramatic, but it's true. And so the thing about Death Stranding is I was a little bit nervous that, all right, this is not Metal Gear, and it looks a little strange, but let's dive into it, man. Like, let's see. And I was really, I enjoyed it. Like, that was the thing, is I began to see what was great about Death Stranding. And then I ended up putting over 100 hours into it, platinuming it. I didn't think I was going to do that. And by the end of it, I was like, man, that was really fun. Like, that got more addicting as I played longer and longer. And it, I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, I didn't just play that game. I did play Death Stranding because I was a Kojima fanboy. Like, I was like, I'm going to play this game no matter what. This is the creator of my favorite video game series of all time. I don't know what he's doing with this package delivery thing, but fuck it, I'm all in. And by the end of it, I ended up loving it, not because it was a Hideo Kojima game, but because it was a great game. And I think that's just important to say. Man, I wonder what because guys, come on, he's gonna be at the Game Awards. Kojima's gonna show off Death Stranding 2 at the Game Awards. He has to. It's all there, and I'm just really curious what this game's gonna look like. by the end, you went to apply for delivery driver for FedEx. Yeah, bro, I was so inspired. If you think about it, though, man, he really called that one, didn't he? Kojima really, he was the prophet once again. He wanted to let everybody know the importance of delivery people, man. They're lifesavers in the world of Death Stranding. And it turns out during the pandemic, yeah, crazy shit, dude. Josh, you're saying, I know how these things go, man, and earliest this deal closes is September 2023. And if there are no lawsuits filed, phase 2 of investigation ends June. Oh my God. Well, if that's true, Sony can't hold out that long. They can't do that. They wouldn't be allowed to. Their business would suffer. MBG, if you look at the two logos beside the squid, the other one has a compass on it, and the design looks similar to the logo used by the East India British Trading Ship Company from the 1700s. Yeah, you know, I think you guys might be onto something here. I hope you're wrong, Josh, but I think you're right. Himanshu Yadav, you're saying, MBG, what are your PC port predictions for 2023? Mine are Ghost of Tsushima, The Last of Us Part 1 and 2 package for high price, $60-$70, and Horizon Forbidden West in early 2024. You know, I think you're pretty spot on, man. Like I think we're gonna get Ghost of Tsushima. We're definitely gonna get The Last of Us Part 1. It would be interesting to see Part 2 ported as well. I think Horizon Forbidden West could come late next year. I mean, early 2024 could work, but I think it's going to come next year, believe it or not. I do. Other games, I don't know, man. To be honest, when it comes to Sony and PC, I say expect anything. Anything that's already been released. I mean, I think it's a little too soon, obviously. Yeah, Returnal. Can't forget Returnal. That one's pretty much a guarantee. So I think we're going to see Sony continue to have a big push to PC. Maybe Ratchet and Clank, but I don't know if that's possible. We haven't heard anything about that. Bloodborne? I think it's too soon for Bloodborne. Nobody's talking about Horizon Forbidden West DLC. You know what? Yeah, I could see us getting a Horizon DLC announced at the Game Awards. But you know what? I want to talk to you guys. About Jeff Keighley and what he's saying about the Game Awards. I noticed he just released his hype trailer. I'm watching it now. Seeing God of War Ragnarok, Elden Ring, Plague Tale. I'm curious to see if Kojima shows up in this hype trailer for any reason whatsoever. I'm still watching a lot of Elden Ring this Thursday. Sifu. Oh, nice. I don't think he's going to be teasing anything in this. Oh, well, there's Tekken 8, Horizon. I'm just curious to watch. I'm just watching through this trailer. I just want to see if Kojima or Death Stranding show up. Because that's a dead giveaway. If it does, in my opinion. Forspoken, okay. Final Fantasy. Stray. It's a pretty good trailer. Star Wars, okay. So still more Elden Ring, more God of War. It's a long trailer, dude. No Kojima yet. No Death Stranding or anything. More Horizon. Plague Tale. Modern Warfare 2. I don't know. What do you guys? Did you guys see this hype trailer yet? Oh, so they just showed Star Wars Eclipse, which is interesting. I wonder if we'll get a new Star Wars Eclipse trailer, potentially. Suicide Squad, okay. Destiny, RE8. No Kojima though. No Kojima. Interesting. All right. Sorry about that. I wanted to bring up this article about Jeff Keighley talking about what to expect from the Game Awards. And one of the things he actually says is that apparently they're going to be a lot shorter this year. So check this out. This is reading from VGC. It says the Game Awards will be significantly shorter this year due to feedback. The Game Awards creator Jeff Keighley has said that the upcoming show will be significantly shorter than last year's show due to feedback from viewers. The Game Awards 2022 will take place on Thursday, December 8th, and ahead of the event, Jeff Keighley hosted one of his regular Twitter Spaces audio streams where he revealed some details about the upcoming show. Quote, "One thing we're doing this year is we're trying to make the show a little bit shorter. I won't say anything officially until we're through our rehearsals, but we think it's going to be a significantly shorter show this year." I'm trying to, you know what, let me, I don't like the way this is written. It's all over the place. I want to read the entire quote in full because he says more than that. Metal Gear Solid Remake for PS5 is real and will be announced soon. I'll talk about that in a moment. Yeah, so here's the full thing from Jeff Keighley. He says, "I won't say anything officially until we're through our rehearsals, but we think it's going to be significantly shorter. We definitely have cut back pretty significantly in terms of the runtime on the show, and you just know kind of fewer big games that'll be there, and you know people always debate about are they presenting enough. But we've got some really great announcements. I think some really amazing studios around the world that are participating in the show this year. There's some games that I've seen, hoping and wanting to show for a number of years that are finally ready this year to showcase. I think that's spelled typo there. He says we're very happy with how the show's coming together. So what do you guys think of this? The Game Awards to be much shorter. Traditionally, for those who are wondering, and I'm sure many of you do know, the Game Awards are way too fucking long. Like it's over like 3 hours long, or close to it. It's like the 3 hour long show, sometimes longer. And you guys hear me every single year. My biggest complaint to Jeff Keighley, and I'm actually really glad that he heard, and not just me, but other people as well. He took the feedback where it's like, dude, the show is too long. And that's how it always feels. It's too long because of ads. Games he's been waiting to show for years. Knack 3. Subtext, you're saying we want your clown wig. Game Awards predictions. Maybe. I don't know, man. Josh, you're saying Returnal is nearly 2 years old, so PC makes sense. True. Well, you know, so the one thing he says that makes me pretty concerned, I'm going to be honest, it makes me concerned. Maybe not, though, because if it's shorter, maybe it won't feel bad. But he says, you know, kind of fewer big games that'll be in there. Now, this is kind of crazy to me. This is kind of crazy that Jeff would say this because, you know, Jeff, I feel like I don't know. Is this some kind of reverse psychology, or is he just being like brutally honest, where he literally said like, expect less big game announcements. And I'm like, well, I appreciate the truthfulness of that. But I mean, come on, let's face it. Is that not? He said fewer big games. Yeah, dude. Word for word right here. I'll read it one more time. We definitely have cut back pretty significantly in terms of the runtime on the show, and just, kind of fewer games, fewer big games that'll be in there. And, people always debate about, are they presenting enough? So if I'm reading that correctly, if I'm reading what he's saying correctly, it sounds like he's saying there's going to be actually less game announcements, less big game announcements, and more awards presented instead. If I'm reading that correctly, that's what I'm getting from that. And that, you're saying fewer. Okay, this is an interesting take. New Metal Ricky says fewer bigger games hopefully means less filler. Maybe that is what he could be meaning. I mean, I feel like that's looking at the glass half full. Maybe he's talking about like, hey, you're not going to see Fortnite. Hey, you're not going to see, live service games show up or whatnot. Like, because these are big games technically, right? Because, maybe that is what he means. Because it just doesn't. Since when? Why would Jeff Keighley say that? Even if it's true, why would you say that? Like, that's only going to hurt the viewership of your show. You know what I mean? Like, Jeff Keighley tries to hype up the show every year. And I feel like he's even admitted in the past that he knows that a lot of people mainly tune in for the announcements. So coming out and basically saying, like, expect less big announcements, I feel like that's not... Again, if that's the truth, why would you say that? Because if that, you're saying maybe he is lying, you think, I don't know, though. It would be interesting. It would be an interesting tactic to maybe undersell, over-deliver. Does that work, though? Does underselling and over-delivering work for live shows? Live shows with announcements? Yeah, I saw what people were saying. That... Yeah, I don't know, guys. I'm getting a strange feeling. I've been covering the Game Awards every year for quite some time. And I think like 4 years now, maybe even 5 years. I've been covering them every year. And, this is the first time I feel like there's not a lot of hype. There's not a lot of hype. I mean, there's not many things leaking, which is interesting. It's just very quiet, and it's interesting. You see Ed Boon coming out and being like, guys, we're not announcing our new game here. And Jeff Keighley's coming out and being like, oh yeah, it's going to be shorter, but maybe less game announcements. And I don't know. I just get the sense that like, yeah, maybe we should really lower our expectations. I hate to say that though, because that sucks, man. Jeff is doing his job every year. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Yeah, that is true, subtext. That is true. He says he also hasn't been this excited in a while. I feel like there's a kind of a bit of conflict going on here. Well, I guess I'll tell you what my expectations are and what my predictions are. What I hope the Game Awards ends up being is a tighter, shorter show that trims the fat, where the announcements, I'm not going into the Game Awards expecting like to be blown away, like I'm not going into it expecting that I'm going to leave being like, that was the greatest show I've ever seen. But my hope is that we just get at least a handful of solid announcements, because if it's a shorter show with a handful of solid announcements, and obviously it'll be interesting to see who wins some of the awards, then I'd be happy with that. Because the biggest problem for me with the Game Awards is the fact that when you go 3 hours long, you go through so many different awards given, and then there are, like, as somebody mentioned, a lot of ads and a lot of game announcements that I'm just frankly not interested in. And because of just how long it takes to get to the end, it ends up feeling like, wow, I'm exhausted. I feel like that wasn't worth it. Although I did feel last year was pretty good. It was pretty good last year. Now, obviously, we have to, talk about PlayStation here. Will PlayStation be at the Game Awards? Well, we know that Final Fantasy 16 will be there. So automatically, to a degree, PlayStation has a presence. The question is, will Final Fantasy 16 be the only game? Will it be the only game that Sony brings to the table? I think a safe prediction, and I'm going to make this prediction, but it's a safe one. I think we're going to see Final Fantasy 16 and Death Stranding 2. And I think Death Stranding 2 is going to be the big surprise announcement for PlayStation. And I think that'll be it. I see people talking about Spider-Man 2. Guys, I would be shocked. I would be completely shocked if we saw Spider-Man 2. And what's funny is earlier this week, Tony Todd was teasing out an announcement for something he's involved with. And his tweet blew up a little bit, and everybody underneath it, I got involved too, was thinking like, oh, you're teasing Spider-Man 2. And he even kind of egged it on a little bit because he started retweeting people's responses talking about Venom. But it was not for Spider-Man 2. And, I kind of realized he didn't delete the tweet. And because he didn't delete the tweet, it became kind of clear like, yeah, I don't think this is for Spider-Man 2. Because Sony would have told him to delete that shit. It was for a play. Stage play. But he did apparently talk a little bit about Spider-Man recently, and I'm going to cover that in a video. Now, here's where I get really conflicted. I want to read this to you guys, okay? You tell me what you think. So I'm on the Gaming Leaks and Rumors subreddit, and this has been posted 9 hours ago. The Metal Gear Solid remake for PS5 is real and will be announced soon. This comes from Area Wagons. I don't know how to say this. I guess it's a Spanish website. Yeah, they look like a Spanish website. I don't know if they're reliable or not. So that's the big problem here. We don't know, but this is what they say. Metal Gear Solid remake would be real, at least if this is the information that we have received from anonymous sources, and that they tell us that this project has been cooking exclusively for PS5 for years. Of course, we cannot 100% confirm this information that reaches my ears. This is weirdly translated. But if you remember, we have already successfully advanced the arrival of the colored DualSense. Okay, so this is what I was looking for. I wanted to know their track history. So they're basically saying, what this website is saying is that the source that told, at least this is how I'm reading it, the source that gave them the information that, just so you know, like Sony's getting ready to announce colored DualSenses, and they reported on this and they were out, I'm assuming before other people were, saying like Sony's getting ready to announce colored DualSenses. They're pointing out that they got this information and it was correct, but they are still saying that they cannot 100% confirm this. They say, if you remember, we have already successfully advanced the arrival of the colored DualSense in the past, and we also have a few months of PlayStation Plus, so I guess we can add that to it. They've correctly called PlayStation Plus. However, this information is much more shocking and important than those previous leaks. So it is important to note that it is a rumor/leak and not official or proven information. According to the data we have, which is not much, this Metal Gear Solid remake would be a PS5 exclusive, thus avoiding its launch on PS4. The official announcement of the game is coming quite soon, according to this information. And although the Game Awards is around the corner, it may not be announced at this event. This honestly is already something that I am completely unaware of, despite the information provided, nor if the launch of the game would arrive in 2023 or 24. So the leak only tells us that the project is real and would not take too long. Basically, this is translated so weird, saying basically what they're trying to convey is that they are being told that the Metal Gear Solid remake for PS5 is real and that the announcement is coming very soon. And they're basically trying to say that the reason why they wanted to put this information out here is because they feel like there's a chance it could be announced at the Game Awards. So they're saying, here it is, in case it's announced at the Game Awards. Now, look, I believe this. I do. I believe this 100% because, you know, we've gotten multiple rumors that a Metal Gear Solid 3 remake is in the works. Now, they say Metal Gear Solid, so that could mean like Metal Gear Solid 1, or it could very well be this MGS3 remake we've been hearing about. Telling you right now, guys. Telling you right now, if we get the announcement of a Metal Gear remake at the Game Awards, then the Game Awards wins. That's it. That's all I need. That's all I fucking need. If that happens, I'm going to lose my shit. But apparently, it's going to be a PS5 exclusive. Let's not forget that just recently we saw maybe a little bit of evidence that Virtua Studio was subtly teasing Metal Gear Solid. And this is apparently the studio that's remaking it. Now, obviously, we got to be careful. We got to be careful. We can't jump to any conclusions. But it's hard, man. I don't want to say that like it's going to happen, but I have no idea. I feel like for me, it's one of those dream announcements where it's like, it sounds too good to be true. But you got to admit, guys, you have to admit, we've been hearing about a Metal Gear Solid remake for years now. And even going back to like the launch, around the launch of the PS5, we've been hearing that it's in development. And you know what's really interesting is like the source of this is saying that according to the source that's telling them, hey, the Metal Gear Solid remake is real, it's been in development for years. And I find this fascinating because it's like, well, we've been hearing about it for years. And so I guess what I just want to say is that don't give up. I don't want to say like buy into it and believe 100% that it's happening because, you know, you don't want to go that far. But I want to say don't give up hope simply because, I mean, look, how long did we hear about the Silent Hill rumors? You know, how long did that go on, and how foolish did many of us look time and time again because nothing ended up happening? And then look at what happens. Boom. Drops from the fucking sky. Not just Silent Hill, a fucking Silent Hill showcase. Now, granted, not every single thing we, speculated about Silent Hill turned out to be true, but I'm just saying, man, if Konami can basically come out of the woodwork after years of rumors with an entire Silent Hill showcase, you better believe, like, I do think a Metal Gear remake is there. Why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it? And, let's have that conversation for a second. Are there too many remakes? I think people are becoming very cynical towards remakes. I think so. I do. I will admit that I think we're reaching that point where it's getting a bit much. There's too many remakes, too many remasters, remake this, remake that. I do think so, but I will tell you right now, I don't give a fuck what anybody thinks about a remake when it comes to Metal Gear Solid. I want that. Oh, I want that. I would trade every other remake in for a proper AAA, like from the ground up, really well done remake of Metal Gear Solid. Don't care which Metal Gear. Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 still seems a little too recent. But I know I'd take 4 as well. I'll trade all the other remakes for that. So I just want to basically make it known that, like, to me, this is the mother of all remakes. I can say that God of War Ragnarok remake, when I can certainly say that too many games are getting like there are too many remakes these days. But I want a Metal Gear remake. I feel like, these games deserve it. They do. They deserve it. It's worth noting that we heard multiple times that apparently before we get the remake, we're going to get some remasters as well. So I don't know, man. So the best version of the Game Awards for PlayStation fans is as follows. Number 1, God of War Ragnarok wins Game of the Year and wins many of the other awards that it's nominated for. Final Fantasy 16 gets a new gameplay trailer with a release date. Death Stranding 2 is announced with its first trailer for PlayStation 5 exclusively. And Metal Gear Solid Remake is finally announced at the Game Awards, and it's also a PS5 exclusive. Now, that's the absolute best fucking version of the Game Awards that PlayStation fans get. I think all of that is possible, but I do think that what takes that over the top, in my opinion, is the remake. I want it. I want it. I want to see Metal Gear Remake announced at the Game Awards. I mean, it would be okay if it's not exclusive, but I'm going to be honest. Like, Metal Gear is synonymous with PlayStation. We know this. Like, every PlayStation fan knows this. So it wouldn't be a shocker if it was exclusive to PS5. I'm not going to complain about it. I'm a PS5 player. You know, I'm a PlayStation fan. Like, if it's exclusive, okay. Like, in my opinion, that would be a good exclusive for Sony to lock down. But if it's multi-plat, that's cool too. You know, more people get to play it. But to me, that sounds too good to be true. So I'm not, I think we're going to get Final Fantasy. I think we're definitely going to get Death Stranding 2. I think God of War Ragnarok has a great chance of winning Game of the Year. But I think that Metal Gear Remake, man, that's the elusive thing right now. And I see people asking if we should expect Spider-Man 2 at the Game Awards. No, I don't think so, man. I don't. I really, really don't. I think Sony's being very careful with Spider-Man in particular, and I think they're saving that for their own show. Magnum Visuals, you're saying, we will continue to see remakes as long as they are porting these games to PC so that production could work in tandem. Yeah, I think so too. I think that's a big incentive for Sony to continue doing remakes. And I'm going to be honest, like, I think people get a little too crazy about remakes. I only say this because it's like some of the best games I've played in the past couple of years are remakes, dude. Demon Souls, Resident Evil 2. Dude, Resident Evil 4 Remake looks fucking mind-blowing. And I gotta say, like, it's hard for me to be against remakes when they're done really, really well. You know, maybe it is because I'm older, and it's the nostalgia factor. But dude, could you just imagine if you never experienced Resident Evil 4? I'm sure maybe even some of you right now, maybe you're in that boat. I did see some people saying that, you know, they never played Resident Evil 4 and they can't wait to play Resident Evil 4 Remake. And I'm like, this is great. Like, it's awesome to think that there are going to be people who never played this game originally. They're now going to be able to. And I felt that way with Demon Souls. You know, I really got involved with From Software's games with Dark Souls. And I never did play Demon Souls. And I had no desire to, frankly, because I'm just like, I'm not going back to PS3. I'm good, you know? And then when I saw this remake, I'm like, oh shit, like now's my chance. So, you know, I think that just some games make more sense than others. You know, like I think that I'm going to be honest. I think that The Last of Us Part 1 really threw a wrench in things for people where it feels like it was taken a bit too far. Like, of all the games that you could remake, like you did this already again. You know, why? And obviously it's for the PC version and for the show. It's just, you know, they're looking for that synergy. But, you know, I saw some people complaining that the Witcher 1's getting a complete remake from the ground up. It sounds like it's many years away. Like, it sounds like it's 5+ years away, but they're going open world. And, you know, I think like a game like that kind of makes sense to remake because it's so old at this point. And by the time it comes out, it's like, it's practically going to be a new game, you know? But the Metal Gear games, Oh man, I don't know. How do you I feel like that's a really tough challenge. I think remaking Metal Gear is a really tough challenge because let's talk about Metal Gear. How many of you guys played Metal Gear Solid 3 here right now? How many of you guys played Metal Gear Solid 3? Saying use MGS5's gameplay. You got to be careful with that though, because it in order to make okay, let's take this for example. Imagine Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater with Metal Gear Solid 5 gameplay. Now that sounds, I mean, dude, that sounds amazing, but here's the thing we have to keep in mind though. There's going to have to be much more work done to the entire design of the game, because when you think about Metal Gear Solid 3, it's still, you could not just you can't take the Demon Souls approach. You can't. You just can't. When you see how much the gameplay in the Metal Gear Solid series, I mean, MGS5 is peak Metal Gear gameplay. It's buttery smooth. The mechanics are amazing. But it was also, well, I was going to say like the mechanics were designed for an open world, but that's not necessarily true, because if you played Ground Zeroes, that wasn't an open world. It was a military base. It was relatively open. But when I think of some of the areas in Metal Gear Solid 3, they would really have to be expanded. I really think that. Like, I think if you're going to take the Metal Gear Solid 5 gameplay and put that into Metal Gear Solid 3, the environments would need to be expanded upon quite significantly. And I would like to see that. I don't know that a Metal Gear remake of any kind would hold up if significant changes aren't made to a degree, because if you look at Demon Souls, that game was not changed at all. And the reason why I think it worked for Demon Souls, where it's like we're just focusing on the visuals, is because the gameplay really kind of held up perfectly. Like there didn't really need that was the Dark Souls formula that we got with Dark Souls 1, 2, 3. It's the same gameplay is in Elden Ring today. The formula that From Software discovered was in the gameplay, and it never needed to change. I mean, it could be refined, but it didn't need to change. I feel like with Metal Gear Solid, it's very different. You look at Metal Gear Solid 5, if you were to pick that game up today and play it, and then I were to say, okay, now go play Metal Gear Solid 3, you would be like, oh, geez, like this is very different. Very different, So, oh man, I'm nervous. I gotta be honest. Like, I'm so scared for a Metal Gear remake, because I'm like, there are a lot of other games I feel like that could get remade that get fucked up. And I'm like, all right, fine, whatever. But I will cry. I won't literally cry, but I'll cry on the inside. Okay, if we get a Metal Gear Solid remake of any kind announced and they just fuck it up, I'd cry, bro, inside, because it's like it would be so depressing to see all of these games getting just incredible remakes, and then the one series that I'm like, I want to see it done right. It's like that's the only that's the only remake that they mess up. You're saying we would all be with you, MBG? I know that, man. The Metal Gear fan base has gone through a lot over the past decade, and it's like I hold Metal Gear in much higher regard than I do Silent Hill, because I saw a lot of people like really worried about Silent Hill 2, and it's like I could see them maybe not nailing it perfectly like Bloober Team, although I think Silent Hill 2 remake looks really, really good. It looks really good. I actually am very excited for it. but there is still some concern. And if they don't nail it perfectly, I'm going to be okay with that. It's like, oh, all right, I can live with that. But for me, Metal Gear's, that's the one series and the one game where I get like, if you can't guarantee that you can do this right, don't do it. Please, just don't. Don't do it. Let it just stay where it's at and don't touch it. A remaster will be fine. That's how I feel about it. Magnet Visuals are saying they reworked the animations to the same timing. Oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah, I don't want to make it sound like they didn't do anything to the gameplay. I guess I just meant that like the core gameplay mechanics didn't need to be changed in Demon's Souls. And I think everybody can kind of nod in agreement that, yeah, some of those same gameplay mechanics, if not almost all of them, are still present today in Elden Ring. They just work. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I'm not saying that Metal Gear's mechanics are broken. They're not. Because if you go play Metal Gear Solid 3, the mechanics are good. And they make total sense for what that game is. But it's just I just don't see a world in which you could remake Metal Gear without dramatically expanding the environments and changing the gameplay mechanics. Because if you don't, then you're just remastering it. And you do kind of get the sense that this game was built around certain limitations. For example, Metal Gear Solid 3, most of that game takes place in a jungle, right? And the jungle is kind of cut off in different sections, and it doesn't really feel cohesive. It feels linear. Well, I mean, it feels cohesive, but it's because it's linear. It doesn't feel open, is what I meant to say. Like it's kind of very tight knit. Now, if you go back to playing Metal Gear Solid 3 for the first time, it felt massive. Like it felt like, oh shit, this actually feels like a jungle. Today, however, you can definitely get a sense of it's a product of its time in some areas, in some ways. And I, it's interesting because I remember when listening to Kojima talk about Metal Gear Solid 5, specifically when he was marketing Ground Zeroes and leading up to the Phantom Pain, he was basically saying that with the technology today, at the time with PS4 and Xbox One, on how far gaming has come, he says, looking at what he did with Ground Zeroes, like this to me is like what Metal Gear was always supposed to be. It was supposed to be something more open, something more, sandboxy, where it's like now you can kind of play within this sandbox area and really, really just kind of choose how you're going to play. And if you play MGS 3, and this applies to less so, I'd say, to MGS 2 and certainly less so to MGS 1, but MGS 3 was the first Metal Gear game where Kojima kind of gave you more options to a degree, where now you have camo and you can blend in, and now there's CQC, or at least it's expanded. And there were some other mechanics that incorporated the jungle itself. Like one of the funnier things you could do in MGS 3, and if they remake it, they have to absolutely include this, is you would hunt for your food, obviously, to keep your stamina gauge up. And you could actually like capture certain animals, like you could capture like poisonous snakes or animals, and you could throw them at enemies, and enemies could get bit by them, and you could just like legit kill enemies by hunting animals and letting those animals attack the enemy. And there were definitely some really funny and cool and interesting mechanics in the games, in Metal Gear Solid 3. And my only concern is this, believe it or not. Like I feel like if a studio is taking on the task of remaking Metal Gear Solid 3, it's clear they're gonna have to go above and beyond here. But the real concern is if they nail a Metal Gear Solid 3 remake, where do they go after that? That's the question I have. Because, some people who aren't familiar with Metal Gear, they're probably wondering, like, well, why would they start with Metal Gear Solid 3? And the reason you start with Metal Gear Solid 3 is because in the Metal Gear timeline, that's the first game. It's young Big Boss. at the time, Naked Snake, and you know, you just gotta wonder, like, you know, do we remake Portable Ops now? It's like, no, I don't think you're gonna remake Portable Ops, because that's technically the next game in line after Metal Gear Solid 3. So if you were to skip that, then do we remake Peace Walker? I don't know. I mean, Peace Walker was really good. Peace Walker was really, really good. It was actually surprisingly good, but it was also really different. Peace Walker almost turned into, it was almost like Metal Gear Monster Hunter, except just replace the monsters with tanks and helicopters and shit. And that was really interesting to see how well that actually worked in the Metal Gear series. Like, it was quite shocking. You're saying the original NES games? Yeah. Well, okay, so the timeline, that the original NES games would come after Metal Gear Solid 5. So, yeah, I mean, I think that would be the way to go. I do. I actually agree with that. I think that you can't remake Portable Ops. It wouldn't really make much sense. You could. I don't think remaking Peace Walker would make much sense. I think it could be done, but it would. I don't know. I don't even think it would be necessary. And then obviously, I mean, Konami could pull a Sony and be like, "We're remaking Metal Gear Solid 5." They could do that and add Chapter 3, but they won't do that. So I think realistically, if Metal Gear Solid 3 remake comes out and it's a huge success, I think after that they could do the oh man, it almost feels like the impossible, but they could remake the original NES games, because if there are any games that need to exist today and deserve to basically be brought up, it is the NES games. And what would be so interesting about the NES because there's Metal Gear 1 and Metal Gear 2. And Metal Gear 1 and Metal Gear 2 in the timeline take place not too long after MGS5, where MGS5 finishes. So you could maybe, I don't know, would you call that Metal Gear Solid 6 at that point? I don't know what you would call it, but the thing about it is they would have to go truly above and beyond. It would be a brand new game. It would be a brand new game. And they could go open world with the Fox engine with that, because these NES games are so old, and some things would have to probably be changed, because there were some ridiculous things. Well, then again, there's ridiculous things in all Metal Gear games, but I don't know, man. I would love to see these original NES games remade entirely after MGS3. That would be awesome. I don't know. I'm getting way ahead of myself. I've totally entered like Fantasyland. Well, maybe not. I don't know. I still believe the MGS3 remake is real. There's enough evidence I think out there to basically point in the direction that this thing's real. And I know I'm thinking too far ahead about, like, if it comes out and it's a success, where do they go after that? But I think that's a good question to ask, because I don't know that I want to see Konami make Metal Gear Solid 6 anytime soon, because I don't know. I don't even know what you would do without Kojima. I don't even know where you go. Kojima did end Metal Gear in a full circle way. So the other option is they could reboot Metal Gear, and that's even more concerning. I think I'd rather see Metal Gear stay buried, and keep it what it is, rather than see it get rebooted and potentially utterly destroyed. So, yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think to myself, like, you remember when we talk about last year, or not last year, but the year before that, we talked about a Metal Gear Solid 1 remake, and a lot of people were confused because they're like, how do you really remake Metal Gear Solid 1? Because if you remade that game with, Metal Gear Solid 5 controls, and you just kind of kept it the way it was, it's not open world. it wouldn't really play right, and you'd probably fly through that game in just like a couple hours, realistically. Like some major changes would have to be made. William, you're saying, what if they changed the name of MGS from 1 through 5 in the NES games to part 1 through 10, so that's all in chronological order? That would be that would be interesting. I mean, it would make sense to do that to kind of keep it all cohesive. You know, I will say that I think about like Metal Gear Solid 2. Could that be remade? And if so, how would you remake that game? Because it takes place on a I don't know. I don't know. I guess it just comes down to Metal Gear Survive remake. There we go. Now you're talking. That's what we really need. Without Kojima, anything more than a graphical updated version doesn't make sense. Well, you know what's really interesting about the Metal Gear Solid 3 remake? And this is very interesting because I think it might be true. Supposedly, and this rumor comes from VGC, and they've been correct about some things. Actually, they've been correct about quite a few things, but VGC claims that Hideo Kojima is actually consulting Virtua Studio on this Metal Gear Solid 3 remake. Now, that is, to me, that's a major difference maker in this, because it's one thing. I think the big fear with Metal Gear, especially after Metal Gear Survive, is, Konami has completely new leadership now. And this leadership, I think, clearly understands the significance of their IP, the way that they talk about Silent Hill and the way they treated it with its showcase and the remake and the way they talked about it. It's clear that like the new leadership at Konami has much greater respect for these IP. And I almost feel like they would not, I don't know, I feel like they would not try to remake a Metal Gear game without somehow getting Kojima involved to any degree to satiate the fan base, to basically calm the fan base down and ensure that they don't get a ton of hate. And especially after what happened with Metal Gear Solid 5 and, the old leadership at Konami fired Kojima and kicked him out. If they could come out and announce that, hey, we are working on a Metal Gear Solid 3 remake from the ground up, and we have Hideo Kojima consulting with the development team. I think that would be the biggest possible W that Metal Gear fans could ask for, in my opinion. Of course, not everybody would be happy, but, essentially what that would mean is that Kojima, he wouldn't be working on the game directly, but he would be involved with the process of like, what changes are you making? And the development team would ask Kojima, like, what was your original vision for this? Or if you were making Metal Gear Solid 3 again, or when you were making Metal Gear Solid 3, if you had the power of the current gen consoles and the graphical power to, what changes would you make? Stuff like that. Like, to me, that's what could make this remake really special, is if like basically they announce a Metal Gear Solid 3 remake with Kojima's involvement with consultation. And essentially what the development team does is we just want to basically find out, if there were almost no limitations to the development of Metal Gear Solid 3, what would you have tried to achieve? What would you have gone for? What changes would you have made? And that is where we could get something special, because while Kojima wouldn't be involved with, the story's already there. The story's already there. The template is already there. We could end up seeing. I don't want to take it too far. I don't want to get too ahead of myself. But hey, I'm almost 3.5 hours deep in this podcast. Probably already went too far. But what I'm trying to say with all of this is, if this shakes out the way I am like would want it to, and I have this vision in my head, it would be when we get Metal Gear Solid 3 remake, it's almost like not a reimagining of the game, but a from the ground up remake that is essentially Kojima's original vision with no limitations. You know, like what if it was practically an open world game at that point? Just massive jungle areas where you can kind of explore. What if what if Kojima says, oh, I would like to add, I would have made it more open world. I would have added more side content. I would have added, other stuff. I mean, you could go crazy with it, but I just have to imagine that with these older games that were made for the PS2 and during that time, there's so many limitations in place. And Metal Gear Solid 3 to me really is a game that even if you were to go back and play it now, like you could tell Kojima really was trying to give you a sense of scale. Can we all agree on that? Like if you play Metal Gear Solid 3, it wanted you to feel like you're really in a big area. You're in a different country, jungle, it's huge. And even Grozny Grad. I don't know if you guys remember that. The big fortress that's basic. That could be basically a Ground Zeroes type level. Grozny Grad. They could really flesh that out and really go crazy. Snake retires and fixes pachinko machines. Yeah, I don't know, man. See, once you start getting me talking about Metal Gear, I really can just go on and on and on. I'm very excited, man. I know that this is supposed to be about the Game Awards, but man, MVG, you're getting me way too stoked. I know. Sticking to facts is better than coming up with random theories and scenarios. Yeah, you're right, but it's just that. Here's the thing. I think it's because I feel pretty good going into the Game Awards. Like, I will feel satisfied if the only thing we get from the Game Awards from PlayStation is we get Final Fantasy, a new gameplay trailer, and release date. And if we get Death Stranding 2, like, dude, I'm happy. I mean, we're going to get something from Kojima. That's pretty much guaranteed. And I'm pretty sure it's Death Stranding 2. So if that's what we get, and that's how we cap off the year and end the year for PlayStation, that's pretty damn good to me. Because PlayStation has had some pretty solid announcements this year so far. Granted, they didn't have a big show. There was no massive showcase. But I would be happy with that. And so I guess I just, I'm seeing this rumor of a Metal Gear remake popping up at around the time. Oh yeah, Helldivers 2. Maybe we could see that. That would actually make a lot of sense. That would be a that would. Yeah, I totally forgot about that game, dude. I totally forgot about Helldivers 2. So maybe we could see that. Huh. Now you got me kind of rethinking this a little bit. I mean, you have to imagine, and I want to say this last thing in regards to this topic. I'm not saying this to get people hyped, because I'm going to tell you, like, we'll keep our expectations lower going into this event. Obviously, it's not a PlayStation event, it's an awards event, so we're going to keep our expectations lower. But you do have to imagine that because Sony seemingly, it's not been confirmed, but seemingly decided to skip on a showcase this year, there's a really good chance they are sitting on quite a few games that really need to start getting announced soon. Like they're starting to get to that point where it's like we're starting to overflow here a little bit. And so I could see that being a factor that maybe they're like, you know what, let's give. There's going to be a lot of a lot of eyes on the Game Awards. Maybe we could have more than one announcement there. Maybe we could have two. Maybe if we want to go crazy, we could have three. I'm not saying expect that. I'm just saying, it's if not, then clearly Sony wants to keep, things under wraps. And we do have to keep in mind that Sony's not trying to look too good out here. Sony's not trying to look too good. Simply because they don't want regulators to, to get upset with them. But let me see. I don't know. I think that's pretty much it for the topics, guys. I think I went in deep with Callisto Protocol. I would talk more about Spider-Man 2, but I don't know that I have much to say on it other than I would love to see more Spider-Man 2, but I really get the sense that Sony's holding on to Spider-Man. I don't think we're going to see Spider-Man again until sometime next year, and I don't think it's going to be till mid next year. I still think Spider-Man's coming out next year, but I think it's going to be some time till we hear about it. I don't know why. I don't know why I get that feeling, but I just do. But who knows? Maybe we could be in for a big surprise. I see somebody saying for sure, Virtuous is extremely good in making outstanding games and graphical assets. Yeah. I it's interesting because I'm not too familiar with Virtuous Studio, but people were telling me, like, when looking into them, that they're actually very talented. So, I'm excited, man. MBGA have zero interest in Norse and the setting of God of War. Should I still play it? That's a tough one, man. I mean, I'm going to be honest. Like the Norse theme is very heavy. Like it plays a massive role in like every aspect of God of War Ragnarok. So if you really don't like Norse mythology, I don't think you would like God of War Ragnarok, man. But if you like, I don't know, if you like action games like God of War, it's tough. It's tough because I'm not gonna lie, like that's a huge part of Ragnarok. I'd be lying to you if I said like, oh yeah, I think you could enjoy it. No, I don't think so, man. It's pretty important. So I don't want to say don't play it, but I'd say watch some gameplay and maybe watch like the first hour or so and get an idea. Any chance that Jeff pulls the biggest surprise and shows GTA 6? No way, dude. No way. I say this because I don't think, like, when you get as big as Rockstar with a game like GTA 6, I don't think you want to necessarily show your game at a show. Like, the reason why I say this is because, first of all, it's kind of unfair to every other game there. You're basically guaranteeing that every other game there gets dumped on and forgotten about. Second of all, you also don't need to compete anymore at that point. So it would probably make the most sense for Rockstar to announce GTA 6 on a day that they decide, and it will likely be a day where no other major announcements are happening. And therefore, they have all of the attention. They don't have to share it with anybody, nothing. They just, boom, we're ready to show off or announce GTA 6, and here you go. And the day, I mean, just look at the GTA 6 leaks, right? Like, anything else that may have been happening that day was it's just completely overshadowed. And those were leaks. That wasn't even an official announcement. And it was kind of crazy. But I think Rockstar is going to do what they want when they want. at one point I was speculating maybe Sony could announce it at their show, because we do need to understand that Sony and Rockstar do have a pretty good partnership and marketing partnership with the GTA series. But yeah, I wouldn't expect that, man. I would definitely not expect GTA 6. Bloodborne remake? Nah, no way. I don't think Sony's doing anything with Bloodborne anytime soon. I think they want to, but I think they want to make sure that they can get From Software involved. Let's not forget, Sony made a investment into From Software. And the reason they did this is to make sure that they can continue to get some exclusives in the long run from Software. It doesn't mean that every From Software game is going to be exclusive. Definitely not. But it does mean, like, we haven't seen the last of PlayStation exclusive From Soft games. And it could have something to do with Bloodborne, a sequel. Maybe they want them to be involved in a remake eventually. And they want to do, TV, movies, the whole thing. Sony wants to get in with From Software after, Sony's always been involved with From Software, but especially after Elden Ring, Sony sees that as a huge opportunity. And why not? Why not? I think that From Software has produced good stuff for PlayStation. So, when do you think From Software announces their new game? Didn't they say the new game is almost complete after Elden Ring releases? I think so. I'm going to be honest, I wouldn't be too surprised. It would be certainly exciting and a bit surprising, but I could see a new From Software game being announced at the Game Awards. I could. I know it sounds crazy, but I could see that happening. And I think, if I remember correctly, I think we've heard that the next FromSoft game is an Armored Core game. Now, I don't know if that would be exclusive to PS5. I don't think so. Saying DLC for Elden Ring before a new game. You know what, actually? Yeah. That I agree with. That would make more sense. So actually, I think maybe we could get Elden Ring DLC announced at the Game Awards. It would actually be the best place to show it, probably, because you're gonna have a lot of FromSoft fans watching to see if Elden Ring takes the crown. So, yeah. Uncharted 5 or The Last of Us 3? Definitely not. Definitely not either of those at the Game Awards. I don't know that we're going to see any PlayStation first-party studio at the Game Awards. I don't know that we're going to see any first-party PlayStation studio at the Game Awards. Ghost 2. Man, you guys are just coming out with all the dream announcements. Red Fox, again, I don't think you're going to see Spider-Man 2, man. We could, look, I think if we do see a first-party PlayStation studio, the most likely, I think, is Insomniac. But when I think of the other studios, I don't think there's any other studio that makes sense to be there right now other than Insomniac. And even then, I think Insomniac is not going to be there. I don't expect Spider-Man 2. I mean, it's tough, man. Sony, this is what I mean. It's we're all very happy that we got God of War. We're all very happy about Horizon, but you can tell that the hardcore PlayStation fan base is really hungry, man, for some new announcements. We are. And that doesn't make us, entitled. That doesn't make us greedy or anything like that, or ungrateful. Of course, we support these games. We buy these games, we play them, but a big part of PlayStation has always been here's what's on the docket, and tune into the show. And again, I don't want to make it sound like Sony hasn't done anything this year, but I guess I'll put it to you this way. Going into 2023, I don't know when Sony's going to have their next event. I'm assuming they can't go 2 years without an event. But when they do, oh my God, dude, the expectations are going to be fucking sky high. And I love it. I love that. That's the one good thing about not getting a big showcase this year, is that it gives us a good reason. You know how there's always that thing with a PlayStation show where it's maybe we should tone down our expectations, maybe not go wild with our, predictions. I don't know, man. The next showcase we get when it happens next year, whether it's June or later, it doesn't matter. I'm going to go crazy. Because I feel like I have a right to at that point. Look, I waited over a year. It's been a year and a half, whatever it might be. You better fucking believe I'm expecting Sony to kick the fucking door down and go crazy with the stuff that they're going to announce. And you know what, too? Just to add to that, you're saying they might do a showcase after the Microsoft acquisition. Yeah, so here's what I'll say. Number one, the next showcase that happens it'll be the first showcase that Sony does since the PS5's launch where there's no shortage. All right. So that's important to understand, because what we have seen in the past, we only saw it one time. The build up to the launch of the PS5, Sony wanted to create as much possible hype for the PS5 as possible. They didn't anticipate the shortage to be as bad as it was, but they just wanted to make sure that people were going crazy for this thing. And then the shortage hit. This will be the first time, next showcase, that is, whenever it is, that Sony does a show where there's no shortage. So that's one. And then the only question after that is, when Sony does their next showcase, is it going to be... Look, you tell me if I'm wrong or not. Because I don't know. I don't know how well versed you guys are in this. And I don't know that much about this. But a part of me thinks that by June of 2023, okay, that's 7 months from now, June 2023. I saw somebody said earlier that the Activision Blizzard deal is not going to be done by then. It's probably still going to be going on, right? And it could be drawn out to the end of 2023. I do believe that. We've seen how these things can happen, and they can be prolonged by quite a bit of time. However, I almost get the sense that by that time, like by the time we get to June of next year, we're going to know, right? Like we're going to know whether or not this is going through, right? Because I feel like by that time, it's going to be either clear that, holy shit, this is not going through, or holy shit, yeah, this is going through. How could we go this long with something like this up in the air? You know, I don't know. Or maybe at some point it's going to become clear to Sony that this is going through. I only say this because I don't think Sony's going to go nuts with the showcase and announcements until this is not. I don't want to say until it's done, but until they know it's like it's over. Like they're gonna get Activision. You know, like no matter what you do, no matter what you say, they're gonna get it. I think until Sony gets to that point, they're not gonna. If they take it to court, we'll be even longer. 2024, 25. Don't. Oh my god, that sounds like a fucking nightmare, dude. That sounds scary. That's actually scary. Don't talk like that. Magnum Visuals, you're saying, I'm getting worried now. I barely have time to play all these games, and I'm getting VR2 in the mail in a couple months. I'm getting FOMO. Dude, I hear you, man. But you know what? Try not to. Try not to get like that. I know it's hard, but always keep in mind that, like, dude, you're not going to miss out on anything. You know? Like, these things are not going anywhere. They're not. And the only time, I mean, look, the only thing you might have to keep in mind is if you have any interest in Sony's live service games, they're probably going to have events and stuff like that. And those are actually time limited. But outside of that, man, like, take your time, enjoy it. There's no rush. There's no rush because, you know, I feel kind of bad that I'm already done with God of War. Like, I almost wish I would have savored it a little bit longer because it's like, dude, I feel like I've been waiting for this game for years and I already got the platinum. I did everything in the game and I could play it again, of course, but I didn't rush. It's just, you know, you're not missing out. There's nothing wrong with taking your time, taking a moment, breathe in the coffee, or take a moment to smell the coffee or the flowers or whatever you want to put. You know, for me, it's coffee. I like, you know, whatever. You know the saying. So I wouldn't worry about it, dude. Just go at your own pace. You're not going to miss out. Yeah, you know, look, I don't know what to expect anymore. The one thing I feel confident in, all right, and I want to say this last thing. The one thing I feel very confident in, because I just don't understand how this could ever be a thing. Sony will never get to a point with this whole situation with Activision Blizzard. They will never get to a point where they will risk their own business beginning to decline because of their own decisions to not announce things or build excitement just because of this acquisition. They won't, like, that would be the worst possible thing they could do, and it makes zero sense. So what I mean by that is, by the time we reach June of next year, Sony's gonna have to move. Like, they could get through, you know, the rest of this year with God of War and a State of Play, and, you know, the Game Awards, and they'll be able to get through the first couple months of next year. They got Forspoken, which, let's not forget, Forspoken was supposed to come out early this year. Now, you know, So they're coming out with Forspoken in January. In February, they have PlayStation VR 2. And after that, the only other thing Sony's going to have is Final Fantasy. And I'm not saying that isn't big, but if Final Fantasy's coming out in June, then your move, Sony. Because at that point, you don't have shit. You have nothing. Literally nothing. And so there, it's I'm just trying to point out that I think Sony is in a good enough position to get through the first 6 months of next year, which seems like such a long time. But after that, dude, when I say nothing, I mean no dates. Like no date for Spider-Man, no date for Wolverine, probably no gameplay for Wolverine, maybe even no gameplay for Spider-Man by that point. The point is, like, they can't sit there and say, well, we don't want to do anything and look too good. Like, no, because people are going to stop buying PS5s. Like, people are going to lose interest. And it's the PS5, I don't know, man, unless Sony gets really cocky and is like, here's a Spider-Man 2 trailer. Still coming. Now go buy your PS5. I don't see them doing that. That sounds stupid. That sounds really stupid. So, yeah, I gotta be honest, man. Like, I just don't like this. I don't like what's going on right now. It really, really, really makes me feel kind of annoyed that I hate this idea that Sony is afraid to show shit and they want to hold back. I fucking hate that. Like, that is the worst thing in the world, man. And I understand why they're doing it. Like, I understand. But man, it's like, I don't. It's disgusting, Like, I don't like it. I don't like it. I know that this is not the time for Sony to be beating their chest, but I don't know who to blame. I don't know. Should I blame Microsoft for buying everybody up? Or should I blame Sony for trying to be tame? I mean, I know people get on Jim Ryan's case, but it's hard for me to be angry at Jim Ryan because that's literally his job, man. Like, if Sony gets a 10-year deal, if by the end of this whole thing, the only thing Sony gets is they get the only thing. If Sony gets a 10-year deal signed with Microsoft, that guarantees they cannot do anything with Call of Duty exclusively for 10 years. So Sony has a deal with Activision that will last until 2025. So that means Sony would be covered until like 2034, 2035. Really fucking think about that for a second. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. And if that's all Sony gets out of this, and if it was because of what Jim Ryan did, and basically Jim Ryan, crying about it, I guess you could say, and bitching and moaning, that's a fucking massive W for Sony, dude. That's that he did his job. Granted, it's not permanent, but if that's the best they could, because it could have been nothing, and it could have just been 3 years. So if they get a whole decade out of it, that would be pretty good on Jim Ryan's part, I think, for Sony. But at what cost? I guess. Subtext, you're saying, gotta ask if you have to guess what wins Game of the Year. I'm gonna be real right now, dude. I think Elden Ring's gonna win Game of the Year. I think God of War has a good chance, and I would love to see God of War win, but I just feel like Elden Ring, it swept the gaming world in a way that you don't see happen too often. And so I personally think Elden Ring's going to win. And I would not be upset. Like, I'd be like, honestly, I think I'd be happy with any game that's nominated. The only game I'm not familiar with is Xenoblade, but I would be fine with any game winning Game of the Year. But I personally would feel I would feel happy about Elden Ring winning because I'm like, yeah, it's a fucking awesome game, dude. Like whether God of War wins, whether Elden Ring wins, personally, what I would like to see, as I keep saying those, I want to see Stray win because that would just be fucking great. That would be comical. I love that. But realistically, I think Elden Ring's going to take it. And I'd be happy, from Software. They would deserve it. And if God of War wins, I'd be happy for Santa Monica. They deserve it too. William, thank you, man. You're saying, remember, PlayStation has 25 first-party games in development and 30 plus third-party exclusives. Next showcase will have 2 shows worth of announcements. Games are developing in the background, even without a show. Absolutely. Dude, that's the thing, man. It's like, I know people are down on Sony right now to a degree because of the lack of a proper showcase, but I will never forget 2020, man. I will never forget that year. I mean, obviously 2020 was a fucking bonkers year for everybody, but I just remember, like, I'll never forget the insane hype. People were going crazy, dude. People were going crazy for Sony and the PS5 and the showcases that they had. And I remember, like, just the level of anticipation and expectation, and Sony, they just crushed it, man. Like, I just feel like that was looking at Sony at their absolute best. It reminded me of like 2016 Sony, where it's like, oh my God, relentless, just fucking relentless. And it was, I guess, always unrealistic to expect it to maintain that type of peak for the next year, 2 years. But the time is coming, man. The time is approaching. Not, we're getting there. We're getting there. But that's what you're pointing out, William. Yeah, dude, Sony's been sitting on a lot of stuff. And I mean, I imagine it's probably becoming quite difficult for them to keep all of this stuff in the dark. And that's another thing you have to think about as well, is like, the longer you go without announcing these first and third party exclusives and even second party exclusives, the higher the risk of something leaking. And if it leaks and it's from a really good source, it's like, these regulators, they can follow this stuff if they're interested. They can see, actually, to be honest, I'm pretty sure if they really needed to, they could probably pry into it. I don't know the details about that. Like, I don't know if could a regulatory body basically pry into Sony and demand, like, we want to know, like, your deals that you have in place and what games you have. I'm assuming, because of the serious nature of all this and how much importance it holds, I think they could. And that, like, if they could do that, then it makes you, I don't know. I don't know if that's something that would have to be only if it, like, the court gets involved, only if, if it gets to that level. But yeah, dude, that's the thing, is there is a lot that Sony has. And I know people, I see comments sometimes of people making fun of me after my podcast because they're like, yep, we get it, MBG, Sony's holding back, man. You've been saying it for months. It's like, I know, believe me, I'm getting tired of talking about it myself, but I covered PlayStation here on the channel, and I talked ad nauseum about God of War. I talk about every major game that they release, and I play, and I don't know, man. 2022. I'm not gonna dive deep into this question that I'm gonna ask you. I'm not. In fact, I don't even think I'm gonna say anything. I just want to ask you guys, and I'm curious to see what you say. And I might even, I might even put a community post out as well. But just for those who are here right now, how do you feel about PlayStation in general in 2022? I'm going to obviously save this conversation and go much deeper into it, probably the last 2 podcasts of the year, to kind of recap. But just, off the top of your head, how do you guys feel? And now I'm not going to say anything more than that because I want to save it for future conversation. I'm just curious. And Fabrice, you're saying, when you're an Xbox fan and love a PlayStation focused channel, it's like to fall in love with a girl and she don't like your best friend. Love you, MVG. That's funny. That's funny, man. Well, I still appreciate it, dude. I mean, look, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not done with Xbox entirely. I mean, I like right now. I have been done with them. Like I haven't played Xbox in a long time. But you know what game I actually might try? I don't know because I could play it on my PC, and that would probably be the smartest thing to do. And maybe I will. I just I don't know. Maybe not. I'm very torn. But you know what game I actually might give it a try, and I feel like I've been a bit hard on it, but the more I think about it, I'm like, I actually think I would like it is Redfall. I know I mean, I know people have been like kind of hard on Redfall, but when I think about it, Left 4 Dead is like one of my favorite games of all time. And I'm like, well, this is, I think I feel burned by Back for Blood. And that's why I think Redfall maybe I'm very hesitant with, because Back for Blood, I was extremely hyped for, and it just didn't do it, man. Something was off about it. They had this whole complicated card system that ruined the game for me. And so now looking at Redfall, I'm like, it looks like it has potential, but I'm nervous because you could tell like they're going for the Left 4 Dead feel, and I don't know. I just don't want to be burned again. Because I was really upset, frankly. I was really upset about how not great Back for Blood was. It really so let down because it just looks so good. It looks so good in the trailers and everything. MBG, should I get Callisto Protocol or Need for Speed Unbound? Dude, I can't tell you, man. They're two so radically different games. I feel like I feel like MXG which one you should get deep down. I think because I don't. I can't answer that for you, but yeah, I don't know, man. I've thought about maybe wanting to give Redfall a try. Like, that's probably a game where I actually, believe it or not, because I don't really play on Xbox anymore, I'll check the reviews and I'll see like what people are saying. And if that game comes out and people are like, yo, this is the best co-op shooter since Left 4 Dead, then yeah, I'll definitely play it and give it a try. But if it like comes out and it's like, yeah, this is basically another Back for Blood situation, then I'll be like, well, I'll keep waiting. I don't have any interest in Starfield. And beyond that, I'm not really sure. I don't know. I don't really know what else Xbox has coming out in the not too distant future. I think they're going to have a lot to say in 2023, as well as Sony. So yeah, I'm not completely done with Xbox, but and you know what? I don't know, man. I want to, the thing that I'm really waiting for with Xbox to see is that big AAA single player experience that drops into Game Pass that is set to rival maybe one of like Sony's top single player games. I feel like that game is supposed to be Hellblade 2, but oh my god, dude. Is it just me, or is Ninja Theory taking a fucking long time with that game, man? Like it's like to a concerning degree where it's like, what are you guys doing over there? I'm not worried. It's just like I feel like I've been waiting for this game forever. Forever. But I want to see it. Hellblade won't meet the hype. I don't know. Dude, I loved Hellblade 1. I really enjoyed that game. So I'm curious to see about that. I want to see, dude. I always talk about it when it comes to Xbox. Dude, I want to see State of Decay 3. I got to see that game, man. I want Sony to make a game like that. I don't know what studio would do it, but I want to see Sony get their own State of Decay like game. Ninja Theory or not Santa Monica. Yeah, I don't know, dude. It's I get the feeling that Hellblade 2 will remain a AA game that feels closer to a AAA game. I don't know that Hellblade 2 is going to be able to match some of Sony's biggest AAA single player games. Like, I don't think it's going to be a 20 plus hour solid, like experience with 3.5 hours of cinematics. I don't know that I'm expecting that. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't know that I ever expect to get that from Xbox at this point. I I think that this is just an area that Sony has carved out that very few other publishers and developers can match. And I think we see that. And so we'll see. You know what the problem is with a lot of I don't want to say Xbox shows, but the more recent shows is I feel like I can never tell with them like what's an Xbox thing versus what's a multi-platform thing. I feel like Sony does that too. Maybe it's because I'm more connected to Sony. I have an easier time discerning. But I feel like there's always these like smaller games dropping into like Game Pass or something that I'm hearing about. I'm like, oh, I is that an Xbox game? Like I didn't even know about that game. Because I when I watch the Xbox shows, they're always showing some stuff that I'm like, oh, I could be interested in that. Oh, and that looks pretty interesting. But like not much of it actually sticks. I don't know. It could, yeah. They're saying that Persona mess was so weird. Yeah, they do that intentionally. I mean, yeah, I feel like Sony kind of did the same thing. Like I remember with Street Fighter 6 when Sony showed that off, a lot of people were like, is it multi-plat or, what's going on there? So it happens on both sides, but I don't know. You guys know, I have my concerns with Microsoft and and Xbox. MBG off topic, but what's your favorite album of the year? I just did my Spotify Wrapped, and I think off the top of my head, like the top 5 bands I listened to this year: Red Hot Chili Peppers, Lamb of God. I think Slipknot was on there. Soundgarden, and I think Seether as well. So my favorite album of the year, though, that's a tough one, dude. I feel like Lamb of God's new album is just fucking absolutely on point. I don't know how many of you guys are like Lamb of God fans. They're a metal band, but like they just sound so amazing still. But the new Slipknot album was really, really good too. Like I've been listening to that Slipknot album like crazy. The end so far. But Red Hot Chili Peppers dropped 2 albums this year. Unlimited Love and Return to the Dream Canteen. And I really enjoyed Unlimited Love more than Return to the Dream Canteen. So I don't know, man. And Soundgarden I've just been listening to for a long time. I really got into Soundgarden last year and they just really stuck and they've just become one of my all-time favorite bands. Actually, you know what? I'm curious now. Got to make sure not to accidentally play any music on here. Because, oh, did you guys hear the new Metallica song that just dropped out of nowhere? Lux Eterna, I think is what it's called. I mean, dude, so hold on. Can we take a second to acknowledge that it seems Metallica is doing something that I don't know if it's ever been done before, but they're making it so that people like content creators on YouTube can play that song, their new song, and you won't have to worry about copyright and you won't have to worry about any restrictions. Like you could just use it and react to it and talk about it and anything like that. I don't know if any other musician or artist or band has done that. But I was like watching a video and somebody talking about this, how they're basically opening the floodgates. Like they're extending an olive branch where it's like, this is kind of what everybody has always been hoping for, where can we start to use, big label music without fear of copyright and stuff like that. And it's really interesting that it's Metallica doing it because Metallica is the same band that way back in the day went after Napster and was like, no free music. And now they seem to have completely come full circle where it's like, actually, here you go, free music. But I liked it. I think that it sounded very thrash. I'm really interested to hear other songs they have on the album. Maybe it's just me. Dude, I feel like hardcore, diehard Metallica fans are going to hate me for saying this. They're going to hate me for saying this, but I'm just going to be honest. I would love to see Metallica really kind of lean a little bit more into some of the stuff they did with Load and Reload, only because I feel like that was like a deeper Metallica. Yeah, they were a little bit less heavy, maybe a lot less heavy. They were definitely not thrash metal at that time, but they were a lot deeper. And I really appreciate it, like that side of them where I'm like, this is a really good side of Metallica that we have not really seen too much of. And I would just love to see not an entire album necessarily, but I'm curious to see if they have anything like that on this new album. And I also got to say, with the new Metallica album, I got to say, he says, Sean MBG, I really like the album cover of the new Metallica album. It's really good. It's very simple. It's striking. I like it. It's really good. I don't know what it is about it. I just like it. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but it's been a good. I'm pretty. Well, let me ask you guys: when you got your Spotify Wrapped, how many genres did it say that you explored this year in 2022? Because for me, you're saying this channel has hit a new low. Oh, that's funny, dude. For me, it said I explored 15 new genres or total genres in 2022. And that's really bizarre to me because I feel like all I listen to, like 99.9% of the time, is rock and metal, hard rock, like that's classic rock, but that's pretty much it. And I was like, how the hell did I listen to 15 genres of music? Is that low? I don't know if that's like I don't know. How many of you guys actually did Spotify Wrapped? I don't even know if you guys know what I'm talking about. I'm assuming some of you have to. If you don't know what Spotify Wrapped is, basically it's Spotify giving you your stats at the end of the year. Like what did you listen to most? How much what are your most played songs? Yours says 43. Holy shit. Okay, that makes me look very, not a lot. Maybe MBG finally listened to that rap album that one member had been suggesting. Yeah, dude, I don't know. He hasn't been showing up to the streams anymore. I think he got upset with me because he's like, man, this guy, he ain't gonna go listen to this stuff. Oh, I don't know, man. Favorite game soundtrack? It's so, you don't know how hard it is for me right now to just not say Metal Gear, like the Metal Gear soundtracks, but I feel like that's too obvious. I'm trying to think of something that isn't necessarily my, I don't know, man. Yeah, I did play Final Fantasy VII this year, and that soundtrack was pretty awesome. Actually, Final Fantasy VII soundtrack was a lot better than I'm giving it credit. Yeah, that was a really good soundtrack. The Guardians of the Galaxy soundtrack was really good too. Yeah, Doom. Oh hell yeah, yeah. There's a lot of really good soundtracks. The Last of Us. I mean, I played part 1, and The Last of Us soundtrack is always, God, man. Now that's an incredible soundtrack, I think. You're saying the Days Gone soundtrack is underrated? Probably. I'd have to play it again to refresh my mind, but yeah. Massive. Oh yeah, Red Dead. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of good really good soundtracks. I mean, Elden Ring had a good soundtrack too. Ragnarok had a great soundtrack. There was Horizon, pretty solid soundtrack. Ghost of Tsushima. Yeah, Ghost of Tsushima soundtrack is really good too. Yeah, there's a lot of good ones, man. It's like endless, really. Bloodborne. Everything about Days Gone is underrated. Yeah, I think so, dude. I'll never understand what happened with Days Gone, dude, because that's like a top tier game. Maybe it's not like the best of the best, but I feel like somebody just knocked on my door. Overexposure. Becoming a channel member. Welcome to Greatness Awaits, man. Thank you so much, dude. Appreciate that. I hope you enjoy some of your exclusive perks, but just know you'll be supporting me every month that you remain subscribed as a member. So thank you so much for that, dude. Shout out to all my members. Bad release. Yeah, I don't know. That's what they tell me. Well, I think that's pretty much going to do it for this this podcast, guys. I'm beat 4 hours. I'm nonstop talking. I appreciate the deep dive though into Metal Gear Solid 3. I feel like I haven't really dove deep into a classic game like that in a long time. So that was really fun. And yeah, so this will be a great time for me to just remind everybody two things. Number one, the final podcast of the year will be happening on December 23rd, which is a Friday I'm shooting, if I change the time, but I'm shooting for 6 p.m. Eastern time. So if you want to make sure you tune into the final podcast of the year, I'm not saying it's going to be anything necessarily different, but I'm just saying if that's when it's going to happen. And the second thing is, I will be streaming the Game Awards here on the channel. Okay, so I'll probably be going live before the show starts. It'll be Thursday. So if you want to watch the Game Awards with me and watch me react to that and just kind of hang out, be sure to tune in and check it out with me. But that's going to do it for episode 137 of Press X Podcast. I'd say another, not so packed podcast because, come on, guys. We all know, there's just not a whole lot going on right now. And that's how it always is at the end of the year. It always gets a little bit tougher to continue to be consistent as we get to the end of the year, because especially the end of December going into early January, things really kind of chug along and slow down. But I always appreciate you guys tuning in, and I will keep trying to produce the content as regularly as I can. Keep tuning into it. And I want to give a big shout out to everybody who donated a super chat. As I said at the beginning of this podcast, I could not do what I do here on my channel without your direct support. Big shout out to all my channel members for supporting me month over month. And just a shout out to everybody who watches and enjoys the content. And a shout out to Devil Shooter, who does thorough timestamps for the podcast, which will be in the pinned comment underneath here once they're done. He usually gets them out within the first day or two of this podcast ending. So shout out to you, Devil Shooter, for always doing that. Really appreciate it. But all right, with that being said, guys, go watch some of my other videos that I released earlier this week if you happen to miss them, and look forward to my upcoming content. But that does it. Episode 137 in the books. I hope everybody enjoys the rest of their Sunday. And until next time, guys, take care.